Chapter 560, The Primordial Era, Primordial Chaos Body. During the long years of cultivation within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Xian, Chen Chuan, and others would fantasize about traversing the human world, and they too wanted to forge a resounding reputation like Liya. They felt grateful towards Guan in their hearts, thinking that he should not be forgotten by the people. If Guan did not want to come into the limelight, then as his disciples, it was their duty to help their master propagate his holy name. Everyone looked at Guan with fervent gazes, waiting for him to confirm the name of their sect. Guan pondered and said, "Let's take the name of the dojo for our own, for we shall be called the beginningless. We have no sect, no door, no clan nor path. Beginningless implies no start, and hence is the realm of eternity. I will chase after the realm of eternal immortality, and I hope that you will uphold my will and eventually break free from the shackles of the 3,000 great Tao to become true carefree immortals." Upon hearing this, everyone was ignited with excitement, praising the name one after another. Beginningless is excellent indeed. From now on, I shall introduce myself thus: I am beginningless Xian. Sounds dominant already. Ha ha ha, I also think it's good. Adding sect or gate would have been rather trite. Perhaps many years from now, the beginningless will become the most mysterious place in the great thousand world, with countless people yearning to pursue it, yet unable to find the way. Fantastic, now that the name of our force is set, I'm even more motivated. From now on, I'll fight for the beginningless. Listening to the discussions of his disciples, Guan shook his head with a wry smile, and without saying more, turned and left. Millennia passed, and the disciples exchanged knowledge with one another. They had already learned how to use Tao treasures and also understood Guan's attitude towards them, that they would not be misused. Once Guan had left, everyone became even bolder. Chen Chuan excitedly asked, "Tell me, is my reincarnation Tao-slaying sword more powerful, or is Elder Li's 9 extreme sacred heart sword stronger?" Wuxia World. Sight and Xian gave him a look and said, "Don't think about such questions, we should show elderly respect." Xian snorted, "What's wrong with being stronger than him? Respect is kept in the heart. Who knows, he might one day depend on us for rescue. I think Tao treasures are stronger than Immortal Path ultimate treasures. If you can comprehend the great Tao within a Tao treasure, you should be able to feel its vast Tao intent. Our beginningless Tao treasures will surely be the most powerful magical treasures." After hearing this, an Xian looked at the 6 paths mirror in her hand with a smile on her face. Seeing her not keeping a stern face, the others also smiled and actively discussed the power of the Tao treasures. Though an Xian was of the same generation as them, she had unconsciously established great prestige, and everyone knew Guan doted on her the most. Even Shenzhen would not act too willfully in front of an Xian. The ghost mother of ephemera stood at the back of the crowd with a fiery heart. Although she had not obtained a Tao treasure, she felt this was as it should be, given she was not Guan's disciple and had entered the Daoist field of the beginningless as a prisoner. Guan summoning her was clearly a signal. She wanted a Tao treasure too. Perhaps I shouldn't be methodically completing my tasks. I should be more proactive. The master likes to pick medicinal herbs, why not find a way to increase the production of medicinal herbs? The ghost mother of ephemera thought so as she looked at the people around her. In the reshaped great thousand world that had seen 10,000 years pass, the human world had taken on a new appearance. The holy court had completely dissolved, and now the war of thousand sects was raging, with no sect showing the dominance to unify the world, for the heavens and earth had become more vast than before. Despite the multitude of sects, this period had gained a unified definition. The Primordial Era. A new great thousand world was established, where the heavens met the earth and all things bloomed anew. Such a time was known as the Primordial, the beginning of everything. The sects that had survived the previous era and made it to the Primordial Era had all become overlord-level forces. The Supreme Sect was one such power. Now, the Supreme Sect dominated the 7 seas and the 3 continents, its influence surpassing even that of the 7-star spirit realm and the star sea congregations of old times. In the Third Medicine Valley, which 10,000 years later still held its esteemed position because the sect leader resided in this medicine valley. Inside a bamboo forest in the valley, Long Qing, wearing a loose white robe, sat cross-legged on the ground. With unruly hair, he had left his youthful features behind, becoming more composed and unfathomable, looking like a true enlightened being amid the forest. A figure appeared out of nowhere before him. It was Candle Star from the battle court. This reshaped great thousand world seems less like it has been reconstructed, and more like reborn. Many heaven and earth ultimate treasures have emerged between the heavens and earth. Over the years, I have fought over them as well. I didn't expect to encounter the blockade of profound Yuan-free immortal. Those old undying beings hidden in the depths of the universe have all returned. Candle Star sighed. Clashing swords with profound Yuan-free immortal made me fully realize that this world has truly become a part of the Great Thousand World. Just like the other vast worlds I've been to, there's always trouble brewing. Long Qing didn't open his eyes and said calmly, "What's wrong? Have you lost confidence in uniting Tian-E and replacing the battle court?" Candle Star chuckled, "How could that be? I've already seized that ultimate treasure. I'm currently brewing the body refinement medicinal broth. In at most 100 years, Long Teng will be able to cultivate the primordial chaos physique. The legends of the primordial era are not to be taken lightly. Every major world will go through such a period." The Long Teng he spoke of was Long Qing's son, Long Teng. Long Teng had taken Candle Star as his master, and Candle Star was extremely dedicated to cultivating Long Teng. Their relationship as teacher and pupil was even closer than that of father and son. Long Qing was not pleased to hear this. Since Long Jun had appeared, Candle Star had clearly started to treat Long Qing as though he were dead and thus focused his cultivation efforts on Long Qing's son. Candle Star discerned Long Qing's upset mood, which he thought was caused by the fate he carried. He thus tried to comfort him. "Long Jun has been gone for thousands of years. Both the battle court and the silent destruction god emperor have yet to emerge. Perhaps your destiny has changed." Candle Star still shuddered at the memory of the great war from 10,000 years ago. Such a mighty celestial spirit god was exterminated so easily. He had not seen Gu An's true form, but he guessed that the person was the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Not just him, most of the beings at the level of free immortals and those in the Dao fruit realm made the same guess, contributing to the rise of the Supreme Sect. Now, the Supreme Sect already had several divine thought true immortals under Candle Star's manipulation. Aside from those elders who had karmic ties with Guan, the Elder Hall had undergone a complete change of blood. With Long Qing out of sight, Candle Star held the greatest power in the Supreme Sect. Most of the current disciples of the Supreme Sect were born in the primordial era, so they didn't see Candle Star as an outsider. When they joined the sect, Candle Star was already the strongest in the Supreme Sect, and to this day, all disciples look up to him. As for the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, that had become an ethereal legend. But with the existence of the heaven-repairing platform, no one doubted the veracity of this tale. Hearing that destiny might have changed, Long Qing opened his eyes. He looked at Candle Star and asked, if the Great Thousand World were to develop to its peak, could it confront the battle court? Candle Star pondered. The battle court controls several Great Thousand Worlds and has risen above them. Of course, the potential of the Great Thousand World is limitless. Some powerful Great Thousand Worlds are even territories the battle court dares not tread. Are there really such Great Thousand Worlds? Long Qing asked with raised eyebrows. Having recovered the memories of his past life, he knew well the might of the battle court. However, he had been born in this universe in his past life and was not familiar with other Great Thousand Worlds. Of course. Hongmeng, 9 Extremes, Taishe, Taiqing, Taiwei, these 5 Great Thousand Worlds are places the battle court dares not overstep. Although I haven't been to them, the Lord of the War Court is extremely wary of these worlds. Moreover, besides the Great Thousand Worlds, there are other planes of existence. They may not exist according to world rules, but they too have nurtured incredibly potent forces. Candle Star paused and said with heavy emphasis, although the battle cord is strong, it is far from the strongest. As long as you maintain hope, your limits will certainly surpass theirs. I've always felt that the Long clan is at the core of the battle court. Sooner or later, the Long clan will surpass the battle court and reclaim its power. Upon hearing this, Long Qing's eyes lit up with spirit. Just then, a woman appeared out of thin air beside them. Father, Yi Tsang has returned, seeking justice for his father. He wields an immortal path ultimate treasure and has already penetrated the first sea domain. He might arrive at Taitsang continent today. The woman was Long Qing's daughter, Longya, and her expression was complex when she mentioned Yi Tsang. Long Qing said pensively, in the end, he has grown up. 9,000 years ago, I felt his destiny pattern was extraordinary. Candle Star, however, said dismissively, what does having an extraordinary destiny pattern matter? He shouldn't have trampled on the face of the supreme sect. Personal grudges could be discussed privately. Let him come. It'll make him understand that even with his exceptional talent, 9,000 years of cultivation is far from enough to shake the foundation of the supreme sect. Long Qing hesitated for a moment and then said, don't harm his life, after all, he was once my disciple. Some misunderstandings, I think, should be discussed face to face. With a huff, Candle Star vanished on the spot. Once he had gone, Longya let out a sigh of relief. She came up to Long Qing and whispered, Father, I've heard that Yi Tsang has cultivated the primordial chaos body, astonishing the heavens and startling the ghosts. Even the saintess of the Guangyuan Saint sect admires him. Not only is his cultivation level formidable, but he also has a powerful backing now. Long Qing glanced at her and retorted, so what, what's your point? Longya glared and said, what point can I have? I'm only reminding you that I did let him down, but you were the one who truly pushed him away from the supreme sect. You cared too much for the supreme sect, causing your disciple to suffer. With that, Longya stomped away. Long Qing wasn't angry. He looked up slightly towards the bamboo forest above and murmured, Master, faced with such a dilemma, what would you choose? He had taken on many disciples over 10,000 years, but as the sect leader, he always considered the disciples of the supreme sect more, hoping his own disciples could bear more since they had enjoyed more of the supreme sect's resources. The return of Yi Tsang did not alarm Long Qing, it merely made him miss his master. Chapter 561, Breakthrough to Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm Perfection Hidden Spirit Palace. After Guan picked the medicinal herbs, he looked towards Chen Luo and Su Ling who were cultivating in the distance, who were now at the loose immortal realm, a long process from loose immortal realm to wandering immortal realm. Even disciples within the Daoist field of the beginningless were pushing through the loose immortal realm. After so many years, Chen Chuan had not encountered another mysterious cause and effect attack, and Guan was wondering whether or not to let Chen Luo and Su Ling go. Not everyone enjoyed staying in one place to tirelessly cultivate. Deep Sea Dragon Carp came to Guan's side, still dressed in white. Although his features still carried the soft beauty of a woman, compared to 10,000 years ago, he carried a more distinct presence, making it clear he was not a female demon. Master, do you need me to call them? Deep Sea Dragon Carp asked respectfully. He was also at the loose immortal realm, but his minor realm far surpassed both Chen Luo and Su Ling compared to the two. Deep Sea Dragon Carp's heart was simple, he just wanted to cultivate. Initially, to enter the hidden spirit palace, he had endured countless hardships, and he still remembered them, so he had no desire to leave. No need, what magical treasure do you want? Guan asked while stretching his muscles. Magical treasure? Deep Sea Dragon Carp's eyes lit up, he pondered for a moment, and said, I want a large flag, preferably one that could control the ocean. Although he was already aware of the existence beyond the celestial boundary, his heart was still with the ocean. As he read more books, he also began to form a goal, which was to dominate the ocean. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight. He wanted all creatures in the ocean to worship him as their lord. After hearing his request, Guan just nodded slightly without saying much. Refining 10 Dao treasures had not made him feel tired, because in this process, he was also comprehending the great Dao, and looking back, it still felt wonderful. Thus, he decided to continue crafting Dao treasures. Of course, not everyone could receive his Dao treasures, like Chen Luo and Su Ling. Guan saving them had already been in consideration of Chen Chuan's face. As his realm continued to rise, Guan naturally became more emotionally stable, making it even harder for someone to truly find a place in his heart and garner his concern than reaching the heavens. He was inherently someone who kept old loyalties. Go and cultivate, he'll be leaving soon. Seeing deep-sea dragon carp standing by not willing to leave, Guan spoke to send him away. He continued to stand there, admiring sections of the medicine garden in the hidden spirit palace, while he activated the lifespan breakthrough function. You have initiated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, you have been offered the following breakthrough locations: 1. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens, 2. Ascending to Yellow Heaven, 3. Taiwei Earth Core, 4. Netherworld Deep Sea, 5. Desperate Celestial Tomb, 6. Path of the Great Tao, 7. Azura Abyss, 8. Misty Immortal Court, 9. Ling Mountain. Many of these places had appeared before. This time Guan directly ruled out Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. He carefully pondered these names, and he was very interested in Ling Mountain. In Wuxia mythology, Ling Mountain was the Buddhist sect's dojo. Now that Celestial Court had appeared, he was not sure if this Ling Mountain was the same as the one in the mythology. Despite his curiosity, Guan did not want to go to Ling Mountain. He vaguely felt that the waters of Ling Mountain were very deep. Other places looked very expansive, while Ling Mountain seemed like just one mountain. Even though the lifespan breakthrough transfer locations are temporarily safe, he did not want to risk it. For him, the bigger the better for breakthrough locations, so even if anomalies were created, no one would intrude into the lifespan barrier. Thinking it over, Guan decided to go to the Desperate Celestial Tomb. There should be no powerful beings in the tomb, or if there were, they would be sealed. Also, for some reason, seeing the Desperate Celestial Tomb, Guan felt a connection to this place. Transporting to Desperate Celestial Tomb will consume 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The thought had just arisen when an unusual state that he had not felt in a long time enveloped Guan. He closed his eyes, losing all senses. After a while, Guan felt his feet touch the ground. He immediately initiated the lifespan barrier, and then opened his eyes. What entered his eyes were a series of ruined palaces, and ancient stone pillars towering into the clouds, the ground undulating unevenly, no flowers or grass in sight, only yellow soil and rocks, with the far-off dust swirling into the sky, making the end of the scene indistinct. Vast and desolate, this was Guan's first impression. The Dao spiritual qi here was very dense, even denser than in the Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens, but the aura of the Dao here was not as abundant, with the path of cause and effect being particularly outstanding. This was actually good for Guan. Even though he had begun to explore other paths of the Dao, the path of cause and effect was still his main focus. Looking around, Guan did not feel the presence of any living beings. The Desperate Celestial Tomb was bigger than he had anticipated, endless to his hard-eyes sight. He was curious whether the whole world was inside the Celestial Tomb, or if this place was hiding it. He sat down on the spot and pulled up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan, Lifespan, 20, 587/338, 542, 709, 068, Physique, Primordial Reincarnation Undying Body, Cultivation Level, Balancing Heaven Golden Immortal Realm Perfection, over 330 billion years of lifespan. This time, he would surely succeed in breaking through. Guan was filled with confidence. The last time he broke through, each crossing the tribulation had to wait 100 million years. Now that he had improved in all aspects, the waiting time needed for crossing the tribulation should not increase by many times. He immediately invested 10 billion years of lifespan into his cultivation level. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 200 million years, you forcefully assaulted the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm using your great achievement with the Daoist Dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation, but you did not endure the 3000 Golden Immortal Breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 400 million years. You forcefully assaulted the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm using your great achievement with the Daoist Dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation, but you did not endure the 3000 Golden Immortal Breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation failed. It was indeed the Taiqing Golden Immortal. Once every 200 million years for a crossing the tribulation, not bad. In reality, a failed tribulation could mean severe injuries or even annihilation. Being able to restore cultivation level and condition within 200 million years at this level was rare. Quickly, the 10 billion years of lifespan were exhausted, all efforts ending in failure. Guan was not panicked at all, this was just the beginning. Another 10 billion years of lifespan. One notification after another popped up, but Guan's attention was drawn to a huge palace in the distance. That massive palace was over 1,000,000 miles away from him. Compared to the surrounding structures, it was exceptionally magnificent. The gates alone were over 10,000 zhang high. For a moment earlier, Guan felt a faint and eerie presence from that palace that disappeared quickly, as if it was his imagination. It seemed that this desperate celestial tomb hid secrets. After all the prompts on his panel disappeared, Guan continued to invest 10 billion years of lifespan. Failure. Invest again. Failure. Invest again. Finally, success. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5,900 million years, you forcefully assaulted the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm using your great achievement with the Daoist Dominator skill, started crossing the tribulation, you endured the 3000 Golden Immortal Breaking Dao tribulations, crossing the tribulation succeeded. Your cultivation level broke through to the early stage of Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm, you practiced chi absorption cultivation for 100 billion years, your cultivation level improved, a massive amount of Dao's spiritual qi immediately surged towards Guan. He didn't stop but continued to invest lifespan. The lifespan required to move from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm far exceeded his imagination, costing him 200 billion years of lifespan. That was truly frightening. However, thinking of the 9 Heavens Cyan bird who was only in the early stage of Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm despite being over 200 billion years old, he felt more at ease. After all, this was the Taiqing Golden Immortal, a realm unimaginable to the beings of the celestial spirit great world. He continued to invest lifespan until his cultivation level reached the perfection of Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. From early stage to perfection, he had spent nearly 100 billion years of lifespan altogether. And he still had over 1.8 billion years of lifespan left. Meanwhile, anomalies began to appear in the desperate celestial tomb. Dao's spiritual qi surged from all directions, forming devastating tornadoes, and runes appeared intermittently in the sky, akin to thunder, oppressively intense. Guan turned his gaze back to the distant huge palace. That trace of eerie presence he had caught earlier reappeared, his eyes intently focused on that half-open giant door, behind which was darkness, ominously severe. After a while, as Guan basked in the luminance of the great Dao, he squinted because he saw a figure walking out from that door. The figure was as large as an ordinary person, seeming minuscule like dust within the doorway. From its shape, it seemed to be a person. Chapter 562, Sin, the catastrophe of the supreme sect under Guan's gaze. A young boy with a full head of black hair walked out from the door. He looked to be just over 10 years old, very thin, dressed in a pair of tattered pants, his face smeared with dirt. He stood in the shadow of the gate, looking around nervously. Sin, Nirvana Realm 0/9999/9999. His cultivation level in the Nirvana Realm wasn't particularly strong, but his causality was extremely complex, even someone as powerful as Guan couldn't see through it. The tangled, complicated causality was intricately related to the Dao rules within the desperate celestial tomb. At first glance, Guan felt like the boy was imprisoned here by the great Tao. But the key question was, how could he be 0 years old? Just born? Guan grew curious about Sin, but his immediate priority was to make a breakthrough. After watching for a while, he closed his eyes. The commotion caused by the breakthrough soon enveloped the entire desperate celestial tomb, making Sin at the gate even more nervous, to the point where he retracted back into the door, only poking his head out. As Guan closed his eyes, time flew by rapidly. An hour later, Guan successfully broke through to the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm. The state of being a Taiqing Golden Immortal still revolved around the elevation of the Golden Immortal Dao fruit, above which appeared a patch of azure sky evolved from the Taiqing, reminding Guan of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao encompassed the Great Thousand World just like this. Wuxia World. Sight reaching the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm led to a transformation of his destiny pattern, unbound by the constraints of the Great Tao. Even without passing through a world gate, Guan could leap out of the Great World. He could even glimpse the domains beyond the Great Thousand World. Nothingness, chaos, utter emptiness, without even light. The desperate celestial tomb, like the Great Thousand World, though not as vast as the celestial spirit Great World, had a similar structure to the Great Thousand World. Aside from a leap in mana, his heart eye began to transform, and his divine sense, too, underwent transformation. As a Taiqing Golden Immortal, he could come and go as he pleased, his soul body reaching his thoughts instantly without any hindrance in the journey. Within the lifespan barrier, Guan's body shone with a strong light, Dao spiritual qi formed whirlwinds around him, appearing to hide thousands of stars flickering in brilliance. After fully stepping into the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, Guan started challenging higher minor realms. Only after reaching the late stages of the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm did his thoughts return to reality, and when he opened his eyes again, his whole persona underwent a drastic change. He became more transcendent, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Taiqing Golden Immortal, the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Dao fruit and also the sixth realm of the Dao fruit realm, the great Dao told Guan that very few beings reached this layer of the realm, a domain even the great Dao couldn't entirely restrict. Guan could feel that his Golden Immortal Dao fruit had reached its limit. Another breakthrough would grant him even greater favors, and his Dao fruit too would welcome a new transformation. The Dao spiritual qi continued to pour into Guan's body, the potent power of the great Dao surrounding him, as if protecting his breakthrough. Guan's gaze once again turned towards the distance, the giant palace gate no longer bore sight of Sin. He felt somewhat wistful, a feeling that left him confused. His intuition told him that he had some connection with Sin, a connection he couldn't recall, possibly because it pertained to the future. He felt it was likely related to lifespan reincarnation, perhaps Sin had some connection with one of his reincarnation bodies from a past life. From the moment he saw the desperate celestial tomb, he had this sense, as if something here was waiting for him, something he was compelled to face. Guan gazed at the massive palace while lost in contemplation. Even though he had successfully made a breakthrough, he couldn't fully decipher the causality of the desperate celestial tomb. However, he was certain that the entire world was a celestial tomb, burying countless great powers' causality. He could even envision the scenes from before their deaths. The desperate celestial tomb seemed quiet but was truly terrifying. Without the lifespan barrier, just 1 hour in the tomb would see Guan eaten away by mysterious forces within, making escape impossible. Whatever this force was, Guan couldn't tell, and he even sensed that this force was no less formidable than the Heavenly Dao. Time continued to pass. Guan had reached perfection in the Taiqing Golden Immortal realm, but the strange phenomena within the desperate celestial tomb persisted. Aside from Sin, he detected no other presences, as if the desperate celestial tomb housed only Sin, a living spirit. Once his cultivation level stopped growing, Guan stood up, choosing to teleport back. As for the confusion brought about by Sin, he decided to let time provide the answers, for with the lifespan breakthrough, there was always the possibility of returning in the future. After a while, Guan reappeared inside the hidden spirit palace. He pulled up his attribute panel, and just the breakthrough of the lifespan barrier alone had cost him 70 billion years of lifespan, leaving him with around 100 billion years. That's fine, there's lifespan left. After giving the deep-sea dragon carp that had already begun its cultivation practice a glance, Guan disappeared on the spot. He didn't return to the Daoist field of the beginningless but took one step to arrive at the outer sect city of the Supreme Sect. It had been tens of thousands of years since he last returned to the Supreme Sect. Compared to the last era, the Supreme Sect was even more prosperous, even the outer sect city had been expanded, and it was more vast than the sect's main city of before. Guan appeared out of thin air amid the crowd in the streets without attracting anyone's attention. Even when he appeared in front of the passing disciples, they only felt that he had an extraordinary demeanor and were not confused about his sudden appearance, which was the effect of his Dao intent. He could influence people's perception, even manipulate their minds. The Supreme Sect was bustling today. As Guan strolled around, he listened to the discussions among the Supreme Sect disciples. I heard that Grand Elder Zhu Xing himself took action and still couldn't subdue Yizong. Is the primordial chaos body really so domineering? Not exactly. Yizong wields an immortal path ultimate treasure, and clearly, there is a prominent figure behind him. It is said that the Guangyuan Saint sect supporting him possesses great powers that transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path. The Supreme Sect won't be overwhelmed, right? Yizong was also once a disciple of our Supreme Sect, but now he has become our enemy. What exactly happened back then? Guan listened to these discussions without paying Yizong any mind. The new era would give birth to new talents, especially since the current great heaven and earth are far stronger than in the last era. Before the Great Thousand World was reshaped, thousands of great heaven and earths were scattered across the universe. From ancient times to the present, entities wanting to transcend the free immortals realm would leave the great heaven and earth to seek opportunities in the universe, because their own heaven and earth could not help them reach higher realms. Now, the Great Thousand World has been restored to its original state, and the heavenly Tao has re-emerged. Opportunities are everywhere, and more great powers are returning. Some come from the river of the great Tao, others from reincarnation. There are myriad ways, making the overall strength of the celestial spirit great world rapidly increasing. As for the celestial court, perhaps standing too high, they have not noticed this, and the battle court is even more elusive. Returning to the Supreme Sect, Guan mainly felt nostalgic and wanted to come back and take a look. He walked slowly, admiring the street scenes along the way, and before he knew it, he had arrived in front of the library pavilion. This time, he didn't step inside. Compared to his last visit, the library pavilion had become majestically imposing, and he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Old acquaintances kept surfacing in Guan's eyes, bringing a smile to his face. Though the old friends were no longer present, the memories of the past were so beautiful. Whenever he reminisced, his mood would become cheerful. Nowadays, very few people within the Supreme Sect could recognize Guan. These people are highly respected and often in seclusion, not the type to stroll around the outer sect city. Guan just stood in front of the library pavilion, looking at the building, lost in memories. The celestial vault behind him began to change color, rolling thunderclouds approached from the horizon, quickly covering the sky above the outer sect city. As the world darkened, Guan's thoughts returned to the present. He turned around to look, and at the end of the earth, lightning flashed and thunder roared as if the apocalypse was upon them. Profound Yuan Free Immortal Realm's Grand Elder Zhu Xing couldn't stop Yizong, or more accurately, couldn't stop the Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure in Yizong's hand. The soul inside that Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure belonged to a heaven-encompassing free immortal from Luo Tian, and because it was just a soul, it could only exert the strength of a profound Yuan Free Immortal. Combined with the Immortal Path Ultimate Treasure, it had the power to sweep through its realm. Guan saw through the origin of that soul at a glance. This soul, named the Heaven-Supporting Ancestor, came from another great thousand world. When the celestial spirit god was preparing to destroy the great thousand world, he took advantage of the chaos in the great Daoist order and sneaked in. He was fleeing a pursuit, with transcendent forces seeking to execute him. Later, the heaven-supporting ancestor encountered Yi Tsang. He was attracted by Yi Tsang's physique and, after thousands of years of companionship, they built a deep connection. Yi Tsang was determined to seek revenge, and the heaven-supporting ancestor could only support him. After defeating Zhu Xing, Yi Tsang rapidly advanced towards the supreme sect. Yi Tsang, who was over 9,000 years old, had already reached the cultivation level of a loose immortal and was not far from the wandering immortal realm. His talent could indeed be considered top-tier in the current era. However, his strength was mainly due to his reliance on the heaven-supporting ancestor. The world was unaware of the existence of the heaven-supporting ancestor, so Yi Tsang's talent was overestimated even more. Simultaneously, on the edge of the continent, above the rolling thunderclouds, a man in black clothes advanced against the wind. His face was stern with sharp eyebrows and eyes. His right hand held an ancient cyan tower that continuously burst forth with rainbow light, battering the sea of clouds. He was Yi Tsang. Chapter 563, The Dominant Ancestor. Gazing at the distant and majestic supreme sect, Yi Tsang's eyes brimmed with nostalgia as he murmured to himself, "I've finally come back." Compared to before, it indeed looks more like a holy land of the human world. A weathered voice emerged from the ancient azure tower, "Regarding the supreme sect, I too am quite interested. What kind of sect is it that could attract the protection of supporting Dao Sword Venerable? Heaven-supporting ancestor." Yi Tsang replied, "But the supporting Dao Sword Venerable has already left the supreme sect. Perhaps even he has grown tired of it." He had visited the heaven-repairing platform and felt the vast sword intent of the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Thus, he had long been an admirer of the Venerable. "Everything should have a limit, do not be too extreme," heaven-supporting ancestor said with emphasis. Yi Tsang did not reply, his eyes only growing more complex. He recalled the scene before he left the supreme sect, arguing with his master in the Third Medicine Valley, insisting he hadn't harmed his fellow disciples. Even though his senior sister testified for him, their master remained unconvinced. To appease the rage within the sect, his master had him leave the supreme sect first. After his departure, his sister was murdered. She was his only kin, whom he swore to protect in front of their parents' tombstones. Knowledgeable of this truth, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. He sought justice from his master but was stonewalled, and to this day, that vengeance had not been claimed. He hated his master for not taking a stand for him, and he hated the supreme sect even more. Although it was called a holy land, it was really dominated by influential families, and without a powerful backing, it was hard to gain a foothold. This time, he was determined to demand justice. After obtaining justice, he planned to leave far behind, venturing into a vaster world, never to return in this lifetime. Wuxia World. Sight. Wuxia World. Sight. Of course, there was another thought in his mind. That was to see his senior sister one more time. Thinking of his senior sister, the chill in his eyes eased. "How dare you, Yi Tsang? As a disciple of the supreme sect, do you truly intend to betray your own sect?" A majestic voice rang out, thunderous and filled with divine might. Yi Tsang did not reply, instead, quickening his pace, his aura suddenly burst forth. Mana gathered behind him, forming a dharma aspect of towering mountains and rivers, sun and moon shining brightly, and vast rivers rushing, from which the essence of heaven and earth gushed out. The clouds ahead were pierced through as cultivators of the supreme sect, armed with magical treasures, rushed out, rapidly surrounding Yi Tsang, ready for battle. Rumble, the outer sect city shook, and Guan watched as the city-protecting array rose. Pedestrians on the streets hurried along, disturbed by Yi Tsang's arrival. Guan turned and headed toward the heaven-repairing platform. He could foresee that Yi Tsang would not bring disaster to the supreme sect. Once Yi Tsang met Long Qing and they, as master and disciple, broke ties, Yi Tsang would completely sever his karma and then truly embark on his own path in life. The primordial chaos body was no simple matter, a notch above Zhu Zai's primordial cause and effect body. Of course, that was just the physique. The potential of a cultivator still depended on their comprehension. The feud between Yi Cang and Long Qing amused Guan, but he did not support either of their perspectives. Suddenly, he thought of Ji Xiaoyu, who had also severed her familial ties. Such were the matters of the human world, always with its imperfections. Ji Xiaoyu had long returned to the yin-yang immortal domain, which was not part of the great heaven and earth, and remained in the cosmic void of the universe. Guan occasionally kept an eye on Ji Xiaoyu, who was striving to reach the Dao fruit realm. Despite the news of the reshaping of the Great Thousand World, Ji Xiaoyu had no intention of coming back to see Guan. Guan could hear her aspirations. She wanted to reach the same realm as Guan before she would meet him again. Naturally, he respected her competitive spirit. For the human world, 10,000 years was a long time, but for Ji Xiaoyu, especially in seclusion, it felt short, so she did not feel it had been long since she saw Guan. Thinking of Ji Xiaoyu, Guan then thought of Yilan. Having entered reincarnation for so long, Yilan had not yet reincarnated in the celestial spirit great world. Guan decided to spend time looking for her next. With the Dao Destruction Destiny seal, as a Tai Ching Golden Immortal, finding Yilan should not be difficult for Guan. As Guan thought this, he walked down one street after another. He finally arrived in front of the heaven-repairing platform. The heaven-repairing platform maintained its original appearance, with many figures on it. Zhuo Yijian was still guarding the heaven-splitting axe, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, exuding a celestial demeanor. The pressure of the immortal path ultimate treasure enveloped outer sect city, but Zhuo Yijian kept his eyes closed, an air of calmness that would not change even if the heavens fell. Looking at Zhuo Yijian, Guan felt reassured. Zhuo Yijian was definitely the most devoted person to him, even more devout than profound mysterious Zhenren from the mountain god temple. Unless his family faced trouble, he had guarded the heaven-repairing platform for over 20,000 years, protecting the honor of supporting Dao Sword Venerable. Guan also had not treated him unfairly, occasionally using Dao intent to guide him in sword enlightenment. Now, Zhuo Yijian was also in the loose immortal realm, his sword Dao achievement not much less than Chen Chuan. Once the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe was handed over, Guan would give Zhuo Yijian a chance to follow him. Guan had steeds, disciples, and demon pets, but he lacked a sword attendant by his side. At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the heaven-splitting axe, and the disciples who were queuing up were about to verbally abuse the newcomer, but upon recognizing who it was, they hastily bent over to salute. The visitor was none other than the sect leader of the supreme sect, Long Qing. Long Qing paid no attention to the surrounding disciples. He gazed at the heaven-splitting axe, remaining silent. Zhuo Yijian was still meditating mid-air. He glanced at Long Qing and then closed his eyes again. With a pat on the shoulder from the supporting Dao Sword Venerable and inheriting the sword intent, Zhuo Yijian held a very high status in the supreme sect. Even when facing Long Qing, he could act as a senior, and Long Qing did indeed respect him. Boom, 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 the distant rumbling of thunder grew louder and louder. The oppression belonging to the immortal path ultimate treasure was approaching. Candle Star appeared out of nowhere beside Long Qing and said solemnly, "Behind him, there is someone with a higher cultivation level than me. The supreme sect cannot stop him. He is the foremost cultivator of the supreme sect, and below him, there is a huge gap in cultivation level." Hearing his words, Long Qing's expression did not change. Candle Star wanted to say more, but he suddenly turned his head. The city-protecting array of the outer sect city shattered abruptly, and a rainbow light came crashing down from the sky, forcing Candle Star to raise his palm and protect Long Qing and the surrounding disciples with his own mana. As the light dissipated and the Jin Qi overflowed, Yi Cang revealed himself, with cracks appearing on the platform under his feet and stones flying. Zhuo Yijian opened his eyes, his gaze fell on the spot beneath Yi Cang's feet, his sword brows furrowing tightly. Holding a green ancient tower, Yi Cang ignored Candle Star, his gaze fell on Long Qing's back, and he said, "Master, long time no see." Long Qing slowly turned around. Facing his former disciple, his expression was calm, devoid of any emotion. Their eyes met, each seeing only the other. "What do you want?" Long Qing asked. Yizang responded, "I seek justice. I want you, master, to publicly condemn the Cui family and avenge my sister." Long Qing said nothing, only quietly looked at him. Yizang slightly tilted his chin upward, a cold light twinkling in his eyes. He said with a sneer, "It seems that after 9,000 years, the status of the Cui family in the supreme sect has risen ever higher. Master, you also can't bear to deal with them, can you?" Long Qing stared at him and said, "The one who murdered your sister was already executed. Do you really want the entire Cui family to join your sister in death? Do you know how many people are in the Cui family, and what the supreme sect would lose without them?" Yizang stepped forward, the green ancient tower shone with a dazzling light, a strong wind rose from the ground, and his black robe fluttered intensely, enhancing the oppressive force he displayed. "He is dead, but my sister, as a disciple of the supreme sect, died quietly. Is that really right? Moreover, that person was just a pawn, who truly wanted to harm my sister. Master, do you really not know?" Yizang pressed aggressively, the aura of the green ancient tower making the heaven-repairing platform tremble. Candle Star couldn't help but yell out, "Enough! That member of the Cui family has long left the supreme sect. Do you expect the supreme sect to spend manpower to hunt him down? How vast is the world? For your sister, how much should the supreme sect have to sacrifice for you to be satisfied?" The Cui family allowed the mastermind to escape and had the murderer executed. The supreme sect indeed had no way to deal with them, especially since the Cui family helped develop the sect and now counted among the top 3 families within the sect. Candle Star often encountered such contradictions. What he could do was to have the murderer pay with his life, but it was impossible to completely eradicate them because the development of power needed to consider benefits. With this loud yell, the aura of profound Yuan-free Immortal surged toward Yizang, making him slide backward. A phantom jumped out from the green ancient tower. This was an old Daoist with white hair. The heaven-supporting ancestor hovered in the air, looking down at Candle Star, and said, "Fellow Daoist, you should not belong to this great thousand world. Why are you so stubborn about the rules of the human world? If you consider interests, do you think it is worth offending me and a primordial chaos body for a family that oppresses the weak?" Seeing him appear, Candle Star's expression darkened and he said, "I want to ask you too, with your high level of Dao practice, do you really think his stubborn nature won't bring him great disaster?" The heaven-supporting ancestor had no expression on his face and said, "This is his only request in this life, and as his teacher, I must help him. In the human world, a day as a teacher, a lifelong father. In the great thousand world, a teacher should protect his disciple more. I do not care what happens to him in the future, I just want to support him now." Hearing these words, Long Qing's expression changed. Zhuo Yijian looked at the heaven-supporting ancestor. He could feel the other's strength, but he was not concerned. The supporting Dao sword venerable had left many years ago, but Zhuo Yijian always felt that the old man was still watching over the supreme sect. As long as the sword intent of the heaven-repairing platform did not dissipate, Zhuo Yijian believed the supreme sect could not possibly fall. Yizang, hearing the words of the heaven-supporting ancestor, felt a deep gratitude but did not show it on his face. He looked at Long Qing, his eyes filled with disappointment. Once, he had respected this master so much that he even considered him a father. The strong stance of the heaven-supporting ancestor put great pressure on Candle Star. He could only look to Long Qing. "Say something. If it comes to a fight, I will risk my life to assist you. This guy is just a remnant soul, he cannot afford it." Candle Star said solemnly. Seeing the disappointment in Yizang's eyes, Long Qing felt a bit confused. Had he really made a mistake? In his view, the supreme sect was the legacy left by his teacher and LV Badian. He had to protect it well, so in his heart, the supreme sect was more important than his progeny and disciples. The heaven-supporting ancestor looked at Long Qing and said, "Destroying the Cui family would be as easy as flipping my hand, but what my disciple wants is your stance, Dragon Gate Master. Could it be that you want to involve the entire Supreme Sect because of past mistakes? Chapter 564, The Myth of the Supreme Sect entangled the entire Supreme Sect. Heaven-supporting ancestors' voice echoed throughout the Supreme Sect, allowing every single person within the sect to hear him loud and clear. In these days, the grudges between Yitsang and the sect had already been dug out by the disciples, and with the powerful Chui family already unpopular among some, the true story emerged against those who fanned the flames. Though they sympathized with Yitsang, they could not accept that he would jeopardize the whole Supreme Sect for a personal vendetta. They couldn't just give up resistance out of sympathy and wait for Yitsang to execute them, right? Heaven-supporting ancestors' words instead ignited the wrath of the Supreme Sect members, and more disciples flew toward the outer sect city. Long Qing's expression also turned ice-cold. Yitsang had brought up the master-disciple relationship, which indeed caused him regret, but with heaven-supporting ancestor threatening the entire Supreme Sect, the shame and regret in his heart were instantly replaced by murderous intent. He glared at heaven-supporting ancestor and said coldly, "Do you really think you can act recklessly within the Supreme Sect?" As he spoke, a trace of gray aura emanated from his eyes, making his whole persona appear even more eerie. He was not as advanced in cultivation level as heaven-supporting ancestor, but he had his own reliance. That was the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Zhuoyijian, seated cross-legged in mid-air, also spoke up. Right and wrong, grudges and favors, can be discussed, but if you want to threaten the entire Supreme Sect, I advise you to take back these words, otherwise your cultivation level won't withstand the consequences of such karma. Seeing even a loose immortal so arrogant, heaven-supporting ancestor thought these people had gone mad. Wuxia world. Sight, could it be they believed supporting Dao Sword Venerable was still protecting them? Heaven-supporting ancestors' divine sense enveloped the entire Supreme Sect and completely failed to detect the presence of supporting Dao Sword Venerable, not to mention a presence comparable to candle stars. As heaven-supporting ancestor was thinking, figures descended from the sky, and Long Qing's daughter Longya had also arrived. Seeing her, Yitsang's eyes showed a subtle change. Longya looked at Yitsang with a complex expression, faintly resentful, which made Yitsang unable to look her in the eye. A handsome man in a gold-embroidered white robe stood in front of Long Qing. He was tall, his long hair tied up in a crown, exuding an unbeatable elegance, the pride in his expression undeniable. Yitsang, every debt has its debtor, every grievance its culprit. Master didn't support you as you wished, but if you honestly ask yourself, did Master mistreat you? Before you left the Supreme Sect, did you get less cultivation resources than I did? Despite conflicts with that disciple from the Chui family, you both vied for the same opportunity. He died, wouldn't the Chui family think of you? Isn't it because of your lack of foresight? This handsome man was Long Qing's son, Long Teng, and he spoke with the fierce momentum of a wild beast. He stared intently at Yitsang and said, "All you know is hatred, but what about the grace the Supreme Sect has shown you? Because of hatred towards one person, one family, you would involve the entire sect? Do you really think you are without guilt? Since you hold your sister in such high regard, why didn't you consider her when you were fighting? Did you think we are obligated to guard your sister for life, watching over her every moment?" These successive interrogations made Yitsang furrow his brows. Heaven-supporting ancestor did not speak further. He had no personal grievance with the Supreme Sect, he wanted to see how Yitsang would respond. In his view, Yitsang should experience such a confrontation and come to a clear understanding of himself. The people who have been kind to you, you only demand more. By what right do you act this way? Long Teng said forcefully, and even though heaven-supporting ancestor and immortal path ultimate treasure were mighty, he showed no fear, and even took a step forward while speaking. Seeing Long Teng's stance, Candle Star revealed a smile on his face. Even though Yitsang had cultivated the primordial chaos body, in Candle Star's eyes, he still didn't measure up to Long Teng. Feel it's unfair? When Yitsang was the favored one by Long Qing, did Yitsang ever consider how Long Teng felt being neglected? Granted, Long Qing was somewhat biased in his manner and relationships. The closer they were, the more he may have taken them for granted, mainly because his energy and resources were limited. In his view, there was no need to make a big effort to win over his own children. Perhaps, due to a lifetime of drifting from one life to the next, he cared deeply about how outsiders felt under his command. Candlestar didn't think such a fault was a big deal. The present issue wasn't about what Long Qing did wrong, it was that he wasn't as strong as heaven-supporting ancestor. If he was stronger, would he have allowed heaven-supporting ancestor such insolence? More and more people appeared on the heaven-repairing platform, persuading Yi Tsang, who had once shown peerless talent. It was too much of a pity for such a genius to become the supreme sect's enemy, especially when the conflict could be resolved. Why go to such lengths to settle the score? Yi Tsang watched his former sect friends and teachers, feeling somewhat swayed in his heart. But whenever he thought of his sister's death, he just couldn't let go. The very reason he had left the supreme sect with peace of mind was his belief that Master would take care of his sister. But instead of disciplining the Cui family, Master had let them kill his sister. Why should he? His master was the sect leader. Yi Tsang's anger and intent to kill burst forth in his heart, and the more people tried to persuade him, the more he hated. From the beginning to the end, the Cui family never showed up, and the supreme sect did not attempt to capture them. It was as if the Cui family were the victims. Master. Yi Tsang's voice was deep, drowning out all other noises between heaven and earth. Heaven-supporting ancestor and Long Qing both turned to look at him. Both were his masters, but one protected him while the other stood on the opposing side. Zhua Yijian sensed Yi Tsang's murderous aura and his expression shifted. He was about to stand up when suddenly, his gaze caught a figure, and he widened his eyes in excitement. He did not exclaim aloud but quickly repressed his emotions. Heaven-supporting ancestor said expressionlessly, "Speak, whatever you wish to do, your master will support you." As his words fell, the temperature around plummeted. The ancient green tower constantly burst forth with rainbow light, casting clarity on everyone's faces. Yi Tsang took a deep breath and said, "Kill. Kill until, young man, watch your words. Some things can't be taken back," once said. A voice suddenly came from behind, and in an instant, heaven-supporting ancestor, who was floating in mid-air, felt a hand press on his shoulder, and he found himself crashing down onto the heaven-repairing platform. Having become a remnant soul, heaven-supporting ancestor had almost forgotten what it felt like to physically fall. He instinctively turned his head and saw a figure standing behind him, one hand resting on his shoulder. Everyone was frightened by Gu An's sudden appearance, including Yi Tsang, whose eyelids twitched wildly. That someone had captured the mighty heaven-supporting ancestor so easily. Upon seeing Guan, Long Qing felt relieved, but then, thinking of something, his face showed a shade of shame. An elder who had lived through the last era widened his eyes in disbelief. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to remember something and swallowed his words. It was also Candlestar's first time seeing Guan, but Gu An's figure felt familiar to him. Wait. Wasn't this the mysterious figure who had suppressed the celestial spirit god? Candlestar instinctively glanced at Long Qing, and seeing his expression, felt even more certain about his guess. He breathed a sigh of relief while also feeling a bit nervous. This was the terrifying existence who had effortlessly suppressed the celestial spirit god. He couldn't fathom what such a being might be thinking. Heaven-supporting ancestor was unable to move, he couldn't even retract his immortal path ultimate treasure. Waves of shock surged in his heart. Guan ignored heaven-supporting ancestor beneath his hand and looked at Yi Tsang, saying, "Ultimately, your enemies are not here. Many things can be mended. You can avenge the dead, but you should also cherish the living." Yi Tsang saw heaven-supporting ancestor pressed to the ground, unable to even turn around to look at him, and this filled him with fear. Guan looked so young but gave off an unfathomable aura. He nervously asked, "And who are you?" He had voiced the question on everyone's mind. Afraid that Yi Tsang might offend Guan, Long Qing hastily barked, "Aren't you going to kneel and kowtow to your ancestor?" Ancestor? Yi Tsang stood there stunned, along with Long Teng, Long Ye, and the other members of the Long family. This person was Long Qing's master? Wait! Wasn't Long Qing's master? More and more people started to realize this point. Some gasped, while others trembled and knelt straight on the ground. Yi Tsang also came to the realization of Gu An's identity, his mind buzzing. He stood still, unsure of what to do. Gu An's left hand lifted, and with a wave through the air, a man appeared beneath his hand, his shoulder grasped by Guan. This man was handsomely dressed, his face handsome, but it carried a hint of malevolence. His expression was baffled, obviously startled by the sudden turn of events. When he saw Yi Tsang, his face greatly changed. Yi Tsang's notoriety spread far and wide, and he had always dreaded encountering Yi Tsang. Upon seeing him, Yi Tsang's eyes instantly reddened, his murderous intent irrepressible. Chui Xianlin had just opened his mouth when he was suppressed by a force. Guan couldn't be bothered to listen to their dispute. Through causal calculations, he could understand the truth. Chui Xianlin's brother fancied Long Ye, but Long Ye was close to Yi Tsang, leading to Chui Xianlin's brother warning Yi Tsang several times in private, which resulted in a grudge between the two men. The reason Chui Xianlin's brother died was that he attacked Yi Tsang and, in a twist of fate, was killed by a demon beast. After Yi Tsang left, Chui Xianlin returned to Supreme Sect only to discover his brother's death. He wanted Yi Tsang to suffer the same pain. The Chui family was also in distress. They were wary of Long Qing and Candle Star, otherwise, they would not have sent Chui Xianlin away. Whether it was the Chui family or Yi Tsang, both paid a price. Supreme Sect had also discussed this matter with the Chui family, and ultimately, it was left in the past. But the Chui family never dared let Chui Xianlin return due to Candle Star's domineering actions. Guan stared at Yi Tsang and said, "You're avenging your sister, and your master helps you, that's all fine. But you must also allow your master's ancestor to help him. What do you think?" Yi Tsang, overwhelmed, was even more unsure of what to do. The thought that the person before him was the myth of Supreme Sect threw his mind into turmoil. Long Qing quickly approached Guan and said, "Master, Kang'er is just a bit impulsive. It's all my fault as his master." He was worried that Guan was angry, always believing that Supreme Sect was Gu An's soft spot, which was why he valued the sect so highly. Guan looked towards Long Qing with a calm gaze and said, "You've disappointed me." At those words, Long Qing's complexion drastically changed, and unable to maintain the air of a sect leader, he knelt down anxiously. Seeing the sect leader kneel, all Supreme Sect cultivators knelt in unison, Zhua Yijian included. Chapter 565, Righteous Tao, Eternal Life. Outer Sect City fell into silence. The cultivators who came to support beheld the magnificent scene on the heaven-repairing platform and were utterly astounded, slowing their flying speed, their eyes fixed on Long Qing. The sect leader knelt. When they turned their gazes towards Guan, they couldn't see his true face, even feeling a sense of dizziness. Seeing his master speaking on his behalf, Yi Tsang also came back to his senses. Yes, if he could seek the help of heaven-supporting ancestor, why couldn't his ancestor help his master? The moment he saw Chui Xianlin, Yi Tsang actually began to let go. It was only because the dead could not be brought back to life that he blamed others. It was his own fault, after all, he had not protected his sister well. Who else could he blame? Yi Tsang took a deep breath and facing Guan, he opened his mouth to say, "Thank you, ancestor, for capturing my enemy for me. I should avenge myself, please, do not be disappointed in my master." He, as the sect leader, was indeed helpless, and I, as his disciple, failed to resolve his worries and constantly caused him trouble. It is I who have let him down. When Long Qing knelt down for him, his hatred for Long Qing completely dissipated. Recalling what Long Teng had said, he felt utterly ashamed. Now, he only wanted to kill Chui Xianlin and then leave. Guan looked at him and said, running away won't solve the problem. You've caused so much trouble for the Supreme Sect, do you think you can just walk away, Wuxia World? Sight after hearing this, Yitsang opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to that question. Though he had not intentionally killed anyone, his forceful actions along the way had undoubtedly caused immeasurable losses to the Supreme Sect. After taking revenge, have a chat alone with your master, let him decide your fate. Having said that, Guan pushed Cui Xianlin, whose mana had already been restrained, towards Yitsang. Now as weak as a mortal, once Cui Xianlin regained his freedom, he immediately ran towards the distance. However, Yitsang appeared out of nowhere in front of him, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him high up. As Guan turned and walked away, he dropped a comment, Zhuoyijian, come with me. Hearing this, Zhuoyijian became excited and hurriedly followed Guan's steps. Just a few steps away, the two disappeared from the heaven-repairing platform. With Guan gone, Yitsang could no longer restrain his desire to kill. Cui Xianlin, give me back my sister's life. Yitsang roared with all his might, venting thousands of years of accumulated hatred and pain. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. Countless cultivators of the Supreme Sect looked up, their minds shaken as they gazed at the figure on the heaven-repairing platform. What shook them was not Yitsang, but the person whom the sect leader had knelt before. Who in the world was he? Not only did he make the sect leader kneel, but he also made Yitsang let go of his hatred towards the Supreme Sect. Such a figure made the cultivators of the Supreme Sect's imagination run wild. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sunlight poured down, brightening Third Medicine Valley. Under an old tree, after Zhuoyijian finished pouring tea for Guan, he sat down respectfully, facing Guan with a mix of anticipation and nervousness in his heart. Such a big event had happened, and Guan calling him away meant Guan had come specifically for him. Was he going to accept him as a disciple, or was he going to ask him to give up guarding the heaven-repairing platform? 2,000 years had passed, too many people, including his son, had persuaded him to give up. He wavered at times but still persevered. Only he knew how monotonous a life lasting thousands of years could be. Hearing Zhuoyijian's inner thoughts, Guan laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. Although your guarding of the heaven-repairing platform doesn't hold special significance for me, your sincerity has touched me." Zhuoyijian, flustered, let out an embarrassed smile. Guan continued with a smile, "I offer you two choices. One is to be my sword attendant, following me forever, and the other is to teach you the swordsmanship that leads to the peak of the world." "I wish to follow you," Zhuoyijian answered without hesitation. Guan looked at him and reminded, "Following me, can you forsake your family?" Zhuoyijian said firmly, "I have essentially already forsaken them. I have done all I could to give them everything I could. Choosing to follow you is my choice for immortal cultivation. I believe that by following you, I can achieve true immortality." He expressed his needs without concealment. Such an attitude made Guan appreciate him even more. Guan smiled and said, "Once someone receives the legacy of the heaven-splitting axe, you can come to Wuxia." "Wuxia? What place is that?" Zhuoyijian asked eagerly, suppressing his excitement. "That is my Daoist field." Having said that, Guan began to inquire about the development of the Supreme Sect over the years. He was actually aware of it already, but he wanted to understand the Supreme Sect from the mouths of its cultivators. Zhuoyijian hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Currently, the Supreme Sect has already become a holy land, still the leader of the righteous Tao. As the sect has grown, internal conflicts are inevitable. The sect leader often secludes himself for cultivation, with the Grand Elder Candle Star overseeing the power, and the Grand Elder has been doing quite well. Zhuoyijian spoke in detail, while Guan listened attentively. After a long while, Long Qing brought Yitsang back to Third Medicine Valley. From a distance, they saw Zhuoyijian sitting under a tree, stupidly smiling at a teapot on the table as if possessed. Long Qing hesitated for a moment but still walked towards Zhuoyijian. Yitsang subconsciously looked around, searching for his ancestor. After taking revenge and reflecting on his ancestor's power, he felt shocked. He had thought heaven-supporting ancestor was the strongest, but heaven-supporting ancestor was powerless before his ancestor. This incident also awakened him. If he hadn't met his ancestor that day, he might have already died. He began to admire and aspire after his ancestor, a person so powerful yet not overbearing, fair, the kind of person he wanted to become. Seeing Long Qing and his disciple approaching, Zhuo Yijian composed himself, resuming his inscrutable demeanor. Long Qing approached him and bowed, asking, "Senior, where has my master gone? Has he left any instructions?" Zhuo Yijian stood up and said, "As for where he has gone off to, I can't investigate that, and he didn't leave any message." After hearing this, Long Qing frowned. Zhuo Yijian spoke with a meaningful tone, "Sect leader, the next time you visit the heaven-repairing platform, don't just focus on the heaven-splitting axe. Actually, the most important thing on the heaven-repairing platform isn't the legacy, nor the sword intent, but the 2 words of righteous Tao he left behind." What is the righteous Tao? Different people have different understandings, but I think what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. The righteous Tao should lead the moral climate of the human world. Before the sound of his voice faded, Zhuo Yijian had already disappeared from the spot. After listening, Long Qing fell into silence. Yi Cang, looking at Long Qing's back, his eyes full of shame. After being scolded and looking back at his master's actions, he suddenly felt that being a master was the hardest. Yi Cang began to examine his own heart. What kind of person was he really? Did he deserve the 2 words, righteous Tao? Heaven-supporting ancestor taught him that if one does not think for oneself, heaven and earth will annihilate them. Immortal cultivation is about striving, but seeing the ancestor today, he suddenly felt that cultivators must still have some convictions and principles. In thousands of years, he had seen countless powerhouses, but in terms of demeanor, no one could compare to his ancestor. The ancestor had only said a few words, but now that he thought back, each word was filled with deep meaning. Under the old tree, Long Qing and Yi Cang, each harboring their own thoughts, were reflecting on their own actions and pasts. Guan returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless and resumed his uneventful lifestyle, not caring about how Long Qing would deal with Yi Cang. Even if the supreme sect were to be destroyed, he didn't want to bother. His intervention this time was because Yi Cang was considered his disciple, and his disciples could not be enemies with the supreme sect. Regardless, the supreme sect still held a place in Guan's heart. Guan sat in a rocking chair reading a book, while in the courtyard, the great cauldron was still refining Dao treasures. This time, it wasn't an Xian who was helping to guard, but Shenzhen. An Xian needed to cultivate, and Guan didn't trouble her. Besides, Shenzhen was quite interested in refining treasures. Shenzhen occasionally glanced at Guan, with words lingering on her lips but never spoken. She always felt Guan had changed somehow this time, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. After reading for a while, Guan's mind inexplicably drifted to the figure of the youth. Why was that youth trapped in the desperate celestial tomb? What made him so capable of moving his heart? No. It's time to initiate a lifespan reincarnation. As soon as Guan thought it, he did it. After all, he still had 100 billion years of lifespan, so one attempt wasn't extravagant. His mind stirred, and a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution, beginning to connect with the Tao rules, searching for reincarnation worlds. You have the following worlds to choose from. Choose 1, Celestial Spirit Great World, 2, Misty Immortal Court, 3, Taisher Great World. This time, it wasn't going to be the Celestial Spirit Great World, but rather, the likelihood of reincarnating into the future was 8 or 9 out of 10. Guan was not interested in the future, as he had already encountered extremes before. His gaze landed on the Misty Immortal Court. His previous lifespan breakthrough had also shown this place, so at least that indicated that in the Misty Immortal Court, Taiqing Golden Immortals existed. Being born in such a place would result in a higher potential. That's the one. Guan made his choice, and another series of prompts popped up, reflected in his vision. You choose to reincarnate into Misty Immortal Court. Considering the strength of the Tao rules of this world, you cannot temporarily activate the ability to seize lifespan, nor can you activate phase functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. No ability to seize lifespan. Seeing this prompt, Guan was not disappointed. He actually breathed a sigh of relief. That was for the best, lest the reincarnation body go out of control. However, previously, Lu Han also started in this way, and eventually activated the power to seize lifespan. He hoped this lifetime would be more stable. While pondering, Guan kept his eyes on the prompts. The first year, you were born in the Jinlan Immortal Mansion of the Misty Immortal Court. You were born with the Immortal Emperor's eye, astounding the Immortal Mansion. You were named Eternal Life by the Pavilion Master. At the age of 2, the Jinlan Immortal Mansion suffered an attack from space demons. Your eyes were gouged out, and misfortune was cast upon you. The powers in the mansion deduced that you could not live past 20 years. Unwilling to accept this fate, guided by the Pavilion Master, your parents decided to take you to Ling Mountain. What a tough start. Couldn't live past 20. Guan immediately tensed up. From Misty Immortal Court to Ling Mountain, could Eternal Live's parents reach it within 20 years? He began to look forward to Eternal Live's ability to activate lifespan evolution, perhaps to break free from fate. Chapter 566, The Path of the Buddha Emperor. Bodhi Golden Body. At 3 years old, your parents encountered an attack by the star demon race in the chaotic immortal Star River. Your mother was sacrificed, and your severely injured father took you and escaped into a space-time vortex. At 4 years old, despite his injuries, your father continued to take you toward Ling Mountain, and on the path of the Great Tao, he was attacked by a great power cultivator and perished, his existence erased. You were taken by this great power cultivator to a little world, where he accepted you as his disciple and imparted the method of cultivating immortality to you. Is this misfortune? They died so quickly. Guan felt something was off. Why did every lifespan reincarnation start so tragically? Could it be that heavenly Tao was targeting him? At 6 years old, you successfully achieved foundation establishment, learned your master was named Profound Misfortune Ancestor, and despite being blind, you did not know your father was killed by the Profound Misfortune Ancestor. You were grateful for the Profound Misfortune Ancestor's life-saving grace and upbringing. At 12 years old, under the help of the Profound Misfortune Ancestor, you condensed your golden core. The Profound Misfortune Ancestor used his own mana to coalesce your eyes, and you regained your sight, escalating your gratitude toward your master to another level. At 16, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor summoned you, offering you 2 paths of cultivation. One was the Daoist Emperor path, chasing the Emperor's destiny to become a Daoist Emperor. The other was the path of eternal life, pursuing an eternal lifespan to live as long as Heavenly Tao itself. You were caught in hesitation. How would you choose? Such quick decision-making. Seeing to live as long as Heavenly Tao itself, Guan instinctively resisted. Having suffered so much, he had no fondness for Heavenly Tao and believed his cultivation level should not rely on Heavenly Tao. You chose the Daoist Emperor path, and the Profound Misfortune Ancestor showed a relieved smile, beginning to impart the Tao profound skill to you. Wuxia World. Sight. At 18, you fell into demonic possession during your cultivation, causing the Profound Misfortune Ancestor to examine your body and his face to drastically change. You were forced to reveal your early experiences, prompting the Profound Misfortune Ancestor to decide to take you to Ling Mountain in place of your parents. At 19, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor took you to Ling Mountain. You entered the Great Layin Temple, met the Celestial Buddhas, and the Profound Misfortune Ancestor requested the Celestial Buddha to save you. The Celestial Buddha stated that eliminating your misfortune required years of Buddhist spell chanting, and you had to first join Ling Mountain. The Profound Misfortune Ancestor looked at you, giving you the choice. Would you choose to join Ling Mountain? Yes. Are you kidding? With only 2 years left to live, Guan couldn't care less. Surviving came first. Plus, the Profound Misfortune Ancestor clearly wasn't a good person. Ling Mountain at least bore no grudge toward eternal life. You chose to join Ling Mountain, and the celestial Buddha personally accepted you as a disciple, preserving your eternal name, hoping that the hard luck you could truly achieve longevity. The profound misfortune ancestor gave you a few words of advice then left. You watched the back of the profound misfortune ancestor, reluctant to part. At 20, the misfortune within you erupted. Luckily, with the aid of the celestial Buddha, you temporarily suppressed the misfortune. Under the guidance of the celestial Buddha, you came before the Bodhi sacred tree, and the celestial Buddha transmitted to you a Buddhist spell, instructing you to chant scriptures and cultivate under the Bodhi sacred tree. At 23, your cultivation level made a breakthrough, gaining your own understanding of the Buddhist Tao. The rest of the hints were all about cultivation. Seeing that the celestial Buddha had made no moves against eternal life, Guan began to feel fondness for Ling Mountain. Keep at it, don't leave halfway to experience the world. Guan thought this way. For him, the opportunity from the reincarnation body was not the most important. He primarily relied on the experiences from the reincarnation body to enhance his understanding of the Great Tao. The higher the realm, the better he could comprehend the Great Tao. Bowing into Ling Mountain, Guan lacked not in cultivation resources. Focusing wholeheartedly on cultivation, he could surely reach a very high realm. The hints popped up very fast. At 300 years old, Guan successfully achieved nirvana. During this period, he faced several backlashes of misfortune, each time with the celestial Buddha intervening. He couldn't make choices staying under the Bodhi sacred tree the whole time. Guan could only watch. Reincarnation's time swiftly passed by. In a blink, Yongsheng had already reached the age of 9,000. At the age of 9,000, you comprehended the Bodhi sacred tree, realized the Buddhist Tao, and nature's spiritual energy surged towards you, causing heavenly phenomena, attracting the celestial Buddha and other Buddhas to take notice. You successfully forged the Bodhi golden body, and your talent shocked Ling Mountain. To Guan, Ling Mountain must certainly hide a Taiching golden immortal. Such a formidable force yet to be shocked by the Bodhi golden body indicated it was no ordinary thing. At the age of 9,100, you attained enlightenment under the Bodhi sacred tree. The Black Profound Emperor suddenly attacked. Just as he was about to reach you, the celestial Buddha appeared and annihilated him. You inquired about the origins of the Black Profound Emperor, and after deliberation, the celestial Buddha said it was unpredictable, then left. You always felt there was some connection between the Black Profound Emperor and yourself, and you began to comprehend the way of cause and effect. At the age of 9,234, you entered the wandering immortal realm, and after a breakthrough, you felt your connection with the immortal Emperor's eye. You could trace the immortal Emperor's eye, recalling your early experiences. If not for the immortal Emperor's eye being taken, and cursed with misfortune, your parents would not have died. You found the celestial Buddha, proposed your idea of seeking revenge, but the celestial Buddha forbade it, telling you to reach the Tao fruit realm before leaving Ling Mountain. Seeing the celestial Buddha block Yongsheng, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. A mere wandering immortal daring to seek revenge? Still ahead were various prompts about cultivation. Shenzhen, sitting in front of the great cauldron, saw that Guan was not reading, but daydreaming, and could not help asking, "Guan, did you just have a breakthrough?" Guan glanced at her and asked, "Do you think my current realm is something I can easily break through? I've just gained new insights into the great Tao." He also would keep secrets from those around him. It was a benign lie. The path of cultivating immortality was filled with bizarre methods, and even those close could unintentionally leak his information. Shenzhen asked, "Just now, when I was focused on the scene inside the cauldron, I saw a golden Buddha enduring the flames tempering. What do you think this signifies?" A golden Buddha? Guan grew curious. Just as his reincarnation body had forged the Bodhi golden body, Shenzhen saw a golden Buddha. Clearly there was some connection. "Continue to feel it, and when you can't see it anymore, discuss it with me in detail," Guan proposed thoughtfully. Shenzhen nodded and then returned her gaze to the great cauldron. Guan continued to pay attention to the reincarnation prompts. At the age of 57,046, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a divine thought true immortal. At the age of 57,389, you mastered the great celestial thunder spell. The celestial Buddha was deeply pleased and bestowed upon you the precious red dust Buddha beads of Ling Mountain. At the age of 68,507, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a free immortal. You awakened the divine skills of the immortal Emperor's Eye and eagerly wished to reclaim the immortal Emperor's Eye. At the age of 89,002, you succeeded in crossing the tribulation and became a Daoist Zhangzai immortal. You began to solidify your cultivation level. At the age of 90,000, the celestial Buddha agreed for you to leave Ling Mountain, and before saying goodbye, he entrusted you with a task to take a disciple from the misty immortal court. Saying they would certainly agree, you left Ling Mountain with doubts. At the age of 90,134, you encountered a group of cultivators ascending to Yellow Heaven. They were entangled by evil spirits. You helped them, and knowing you were heading in the same direction, the group of cultivators decided to travel with you. Seeing others follow, Guan knew trouble was coming. Afterward, he frequently encountered problems, but Guan never faced a choice. Perhaps these troubles posed no threat to Yongsheng. At the age of 90,152, you ventured into a cosmic domain, and suddenly, great Tao true fire emerged from all directions submerging you. You couldn't escape the universe, only able to resist with your mana. The great Tao true fire grew stronger, continuously engulfing people. You protected the living with the red dust Buddha beads, while you yourself endured using the Bodhi golden body. At the age of 90,153, your red dust Buddha beads were refined. The protected cultivators all were refined, leaving only you relying on the Bodhi golden body to desperately endure. Suddenly, a figure came from the deep darkness, self-proclaimed as the profound demon emperor. You sensed the presence of the immortal emperor's eye on him, knowing he was the one who took your eye, and thinking of your parents' tragic death, you attacked in rage. Due to the huge gap in cultivation level, you were no match for the profound demon emperor. Just as he was about to annihilate you, a golden palm shattered the universe and repelled the profound demon emperor. You turned back and recognized it as your teacher, the celestial Buddha's hand. No matter how you called to the celestial Buddha, he did not respond to you, and you could only leave this shattered universe. Chapter 567, Stealing Heaven. Immortal Sect, Emperor of Eternal Life. Seeing the celestial Buddha take action, Guan suddenly thought of Yang Xian's master, the ancestor of 10,000 swords. Even for a life filled with hardships, there are always people who can light it up, bringing hope and warmth. The prompt continued. After his defeat by the profound demon emperor, the Emperor of Eternal Life temporarily gave up on retrieving the immortal emperor's eye. He began to head towards the misty immortal court to fulfill the task assigned by the celestial Buddha. At the age of 91,181, you returned to the misty immortal court. You went back to the Jinlan immortal mansion, met with the pavilion master who was deeply saddened by your parents' death, began to console you, and you mentioned the task given by the celestial Buddha. The pavilion master didn't refuse but enthusiastically took you to the misty immortal palace. Along the way, you learned about the relationship between Ling Mountain and the misty immortal court. The current lord of the misty immortal court is a close friend of the celestial Buddha, who had once sent disciples to train in the misty immortal court, and now it was time to take disciples from the misty immortal court to train at Ling Mountain. You met the misty Tao emperor, feeling that this person was as profound and mysterious as the celestial Buddha. After some consideration, you took Fairy Yao Xian, a prodigy of the misty immortal court, as your disciple. You then left with Yao Xian towards Ling Mountain. At the age of 91,182, you and Yao Xian arrived at the path of the Great Tao. You found a spirit lake and decided to seek enlightenment there. Seeing the Emperor of Eternal Life taking Yao Xian with him, Guan had a bad premonition. He always felt that Yao Xian would die and that it would profoundly affect the Emperor of Eternal Life. Fortunately, things did not develop as he had anticipated. Decades later, both of them successfully returned to Ling Mountain, and the entire process did not give Guan a chance to choose. However, the same year they joined Ling Mountain, Yao Xian expressed her love to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Unlike the Emperor becoming a disciple of Ling Mountain, Yao Xian was just there to cultivate, and once she left, she would revert to being a disciple of the misty immortal court. so the rules of Ling Mountain could not restrict her. This time, Guan was faced with a choice. Upon meticulously recalling past experiences and ascertaining that the Emperor of Eternal Life had not developed feelings for the Misty Dao Emperor, he rejected Yaoxuan's love. Wuxia World. Sight, you rejected Yaoxuan's affection. She was neither angry nor sad but instead chuckled, claiming that she would eventually shatter your Buddhist heart. After Yao Xian left, you turned back to the Bodhi sacred tree and asked the tree about your inner feelings. The years of cultivation continued. Even without the ability to snatch lifespan, the cultivation speed of the Emperor of Eternal Life was rapid. Although there were no choices to make nor severe trials to face next, Guan still watched with great interest. At 300,000 years old, he became the profound Yuan-free immortal. At 1,000,000 years old, he became the heaven-encompassing free immortal. Without facing reincarnation tribulations, purely by cultivating beneath the Bodhi sacred tree, with frequent visits and praises for his exceptional talent from the Buddhas. At 1,004,236 years old, Fairy Yao Xian came to visit you. She said she was planning to venture onto the Daoist Emperor's path to achieve the title of Daoist Emperor. Knowing you are also pursuing this path, you chose to go with her. At 1,004,250 years old, you and Fairy Yao Xian arrived at the path of the Great Tao. Fairy Yao Xian took out a magical treasure bestowed by the misty immortal court to pursue the celestial Tao destiny. As you sought and debated the Tao, you discovered that Yaoxuan's cultivation was not weaker than yours, which surprised you. At 1,004,367 years old, you and Fairy Yao Xian encountered an attack from a Tao seeker from the Taisher Great World. After a great battle, you noticed a new type of destiny gathering on you, causing a deeper understanding of the Daoist Emperor to emerge. At 1,004,405 years old, Fairy Yao Xian had successfully defeated 10,000 Tao seekers pursuing the title of Daoist Emperor, achieving it ahead of you. At 1,004,423 years old, having defeated 10,000 Tao seekers pursuing the Daoist Emperor title yourself, the celestial Tao destiny gathered around you, and you achieved the title of Supreme Grade Daoist Emperor, soaring in your cultivation. At 1,004,576 years old, you and Fairy Yao Xian unexpectedly met your mentor, the ancestral master Xianyi. You were delighted. However, during your reunion, the ancestral master Xianyi suddenly attacked you. With the help of Yao Xian, the two of you united were still no match for him. He captured Fairy Yao Xian, forcing you to dissolve your Bodhi golden body, threatening to obliterate Yaoxuan's divine soul. Whether you choose to dissolve your Bodhi golden body. The prompt finally arrived. Master Xianyi indeed harbored ill intentions. After all, this man had killed the Emperor of Eternal Live's father and sent the Emperor to Ling Mountain, likely hoping to use Ling Mountain's power to free the Emperor from his misfortune. After so many years of acquaintance with Fairy Yao Xian and venturing the path of the Great Tao together, even without the presence of love, Fairy Yaoxuan's place in the Emperor of Eternal Live's heart was undoubtedly significant. As Guan hesitated, he suddenly noticed Shenzhen's condition seemed a bit unusual. Shenzhen was still sitting in front of the great cauldron but was lost in a trance, her eyes empty, as if she were having a terrible nightmare. Guan could hear her heart's voice. Guan's expression turned peculiar, feeling this was absurd. How could this be? He found Shenzhen's heart's voice was very suitable for the predicament Fairy Yao Xian was in. Could Guan have a reincarnation connection with Fairy Yao Xian? Guan thought for a moment and decided to take a gamble. He bet that the celestial Buddha would take action. Compared to the profound demon emperor, the celestial Buddha was his true master. You choose to release your Bodhi golden body yourself. Watching you dissolve your Bodhi golden body, Fairy Yao Xian was distraught. She broke through the suppression of the profound demon emperor, severely injuring him. Destiny surged insanely towards Fairy Yao Xian on the path of the Great Tao. Several powerful figures rushed to the scene. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the profound demon emperor tried to flee but was annihilated by Fairy Yao Xian using great divine power, turning to ashes. Man, Fairy Yao Xian is that fierce? Because you dissolved your Bodhi golden body, your Tao practice was unstable, and your divine soul was disordered. Before you lost consciousness, you saw Fairy Yao Xian flying towards you. At the age of 1,732,121, you finally woke up. You found yourself in a dim world with a bonfire beside you. Shockingly, you saw the figure of the profound demon emperor. Instinctively wanting to attack the profound demon emperor, you then discovered you had no Tao practice. The profound demon emperor did not kill you but instead explained why he took your immortal emperor's eye. It turns out the immortal emperor's eye is a supreme divine skill from the primordial emperor domain. Even if its possessor perishes, the immortal emperor's eye can reincarnate through reincarnation rules. Your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor had offended the celestial court. Once the immortal emperor's eye matures, the celestial court would notice, so the profound demon emperor took your immortal emperor's eye to protect you. The misfortune on you was not his doing but a remnant curse from your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor, a curse that even reincarnation couldn't dissipate. After knowing the truth, you fell into self-doubt, believing that your parents died because of you. You also found out that the profound demon emperor comes from the primordial emperor domain. Seeing the mark of the immortal emperor's eye on you, he coveted it. The profound demon emperor hopes you would take up the legacy of your immortal emperor's eye's predecessor, Stealing Heaven Emperor, reunite the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, and rebel against the reign of the celestial court. You hesitated whether to become the hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. How did it circle back to the celestial court again? What role does the celestial court exactly play in the vast world of the great Tao? Guan immediately made a choice, to deflect the sharp edge. You refused to become the hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. The profound demon emperor wasn't mad but returned the immortal emperor's eye to you and informed you that after saving you, Fairy Yao Xian was counteracted by the Tao rules, fell into the reincarnation abyss, condemned to never transcend again. You couldn't find her again. You didn't believe it, and you secretly swore to find Fairy Yao Xian. At the age of 101,006,351, you fully integrated the immortal emperor's eye, using its tyrannical divine skills to restore your Bodhi golden body and all Tao practice. Your cultivation level even increased a bit. You began venturing into the 3,000 great worlds, searching for Fairy Yao Xian. The profound demon emperor chose to follow you. No matter how much you refused, you couldn't send him away. Thereafter, eternal life began adventuring, and new locations continued to unlock in the prompts. During the adventures, conflicts inevitably arose, and Guan frequently faced decisions closely related to life and death. If he encountered someone wanting to kill him, even if the opponent was defeated and begged for mercy, Guan showed no mercy. If he encountered creatures in peril and could save them, he let eternal life intervene to rescue. In this process, Guan could feel that eternal life's personality was shaping. This guy inherently had a very assertive nature. Later on, eternal life began to compel the profound demon emperor to do tasks for him. As the number of enemies he killed grew, eternal live's reputation spread far and wide. Eventually, someone discovered his immortal emperor's eye came from the Stealing Heaven Emperor, which suddenly made his reputation sinister. Ling Mountain even sent people to capture him, demanding he relinquish his cultivation level and give up the immortal emperor's eye. Eternal life had a resolution in mind. He needed the power of the immortal emperor's eye to find Fairy Yao Xian and didn't give Guan a chance to choose, directly rejecting the demands of the Buddhist cultivators from Ling Mountain. A fight broke out, putting eternal life at odds with Ling Mountain. This path was inevitable after all. Guan looked at the prompt, sighing internally. At the same time, he was curious about the evil deeds Stealing Heaven Emperor had committed that made Ling Mountain directly wary of eternal life. It seems, with Stealing Heaven Emperor being annihilated by the Celestial Court, it might not be a misdeed by the Celestial Court, possibly the Celestial Court was eradicating evil. Later on, more people troubled eternal life, some out of hatred, others wishing to eliminate the power of the Stealing Heaven Emperor to obtain the celestial Tao destiny. Ling Mountain did not relent, continually sending Buddhas after him, which also caused Eternal Life and the profound Demon Emperor to be severely injured. In the relentless battles, Eternal Life declared himself emperor, known as the Emperor of Eternal Life. Many cultivators hearing his title fled immediately, not daring to associate with him. Guan started to worry. With things escalating, the celestial court would be alerted sooner or later, and even if Eternal Life was powerful, he feared he might die by the hands of the celestial court. At the age of 136,892, you and the profound Demon Emperor entered the Tai's great world. You interfered with the reincarnation rules, encountering resistance from the Tai's great world. After a fierce battle, you captured the world's realm master of the Tai's great world and stepped into reincarnation, bringing chaos of yin and yang to the Tai's great world. Guan remembered this realm. The Buddha Immortal, who was the divine exotic realm master, was sent to this great world, which now was boundless, far surpassing the celestial spirit great world. It was unknown whether any legend of Eternal Life remained in the current Tai's great world. Chapter 568, The True Self of Karma. The mighty celestial Buddha. At 136,9102 years old, you stepped out of reincarnation and returned to the Tai's great world, where you were immediately besieged. Using your overwhelming cultivation level, you fought your way out and released all the captured strong figures from Tai's. At 136,9320 years old, you descended upon the Great Hong great world. You pondered the path of reincarnation of this great world, startling the entire great world. A transcendent being who surpassed the heaven-encompassing free immortal came forth, gravely wounding you. In a critical moment, you used the immortal emperor's eye to escape. Guan stared at the prompts before him, not surprised to see the Emperor of Eternal Life injured. Just the heaven-encompassing free immortal being so presumptuous and still surviving already proved the strength of the immortal emperor's eye. From the succession of battle achievements, it was evident that the divine skills contained within the immortal emperor's eye were not only for combat, but also for aiding the Emperor of Eternal Life in his escapes, which piqued his curiosity about the immortal emperor's eye. He grew increasingly expectant of the memories inherited from the Emperor of Eternal Life. Experiencing the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life firsthand would undoubtedly be more marvelous than words could tell. Constantly battling, constantly getting injured, yet always escaping from the jaws of death, Guan retained his original stance. He would take his revenge upon enemies and avoid making unwarranted enemies. If he encountered injustices, he would have the Emperor of Eternal Life act righteously. Guan believed in the blessings that came from doing many good deeds. By the time the Emperor of Eternal Life was 2 million years old, he had successfully entered the innate golden immortal realm, his strength leaping forward. During his breakthrough, he was attacked yet again, but he managed to succeed in crossing the tribulation amid the fierce battle, an event that resonated through the ages. From then on, the Emperor of Eternal Life was truly grown. He and the profound Demon Emperor often parted ways but always found each other again, which made Guan think that the profound Demon Emperor was not simple either. Without the immortal Emperor's eye, to follow the Emperor of Eternal Life in his domineering ways and still survive. Perhaps, the profound Demon Emperor was once a peerless genius of his world. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. The great thousand worlds the Emperor of Eternal Life visited were ever increasing. He traveled through reincarnation and probed destiny, encountering few opponents after entering the innate golden immortal realm. The Emperor of Eternal Life would refresh the peak of lifespan reincarnation, and Guan looked forward to seeing how far he could go. The flow of reincarnation prompts swiftly propelled the time of reincarnation forward. At the age of tens of millions, the Emperor of Eternal Life achieved the status of heaven-balancing golden immortal and chose to become the sect hierarch of the stealing heaven immortal sect under the instigation of the profound Demon Emperor to develop the sect's power and to help him search for the whereabouts of fairy Yao Xian. At the age of over 50 million, the Emperor of Eternal Life condensed the destiny of the great Tao and became a Taichin golden immortal. In the obscurity of it all, every Daoist emperor could see his silhouette after the breakthrough. From then on, the Emperor of Eternal Life left an indelible mark on the path of becoming a Daoist emperor. But he was still not happy. He couldn't find Fairy Yao Xian. As time went on, his resolve did not waver but became even more obsessive. Once, the profound demon emperor advised him to let go of his obsession and focus on developing the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. This provoked his fury, and he almost annihilated the profound demon emperor. Guan occasionally paid attention to Shenzhen, whose mind seemed to be still in a dream, and more like in a nightmare. This made Guan think of the predicament Fairy Yao Xian might have encountered. He became more certain that Shenzhen had some connection with Fairy Yao Xian. What that connection was, perhaps he would have an answer when this cycle of lifespan reincarnation ended. At the same time, he marveled at the power of lifespan reincarnation. It began to affect reality even before it ended. The prompts continued, and in the following years, the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect grew stronger. More and more individuals with great power came to serve the Emperor of Eternal Life, prompting Guan to think of the grandeur of Long Zhan when he founded the Battle Court. Compared to the Battle Court, the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect clearly had a deeper foundation, though of course, it was unknown if the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect could compare with the Battle Court in Gu An's own era. Millions of years later, the Emperor of Eternal Life grew tired of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect and decided to search for Fairy Yao Xian on his own. Without the profound demon emperor accompanying him, the Emperor of Eternal Life rarely encountered battles, but in his interactions with others, there were always women who fell for him. Fortunately, Guan rejected them all on his behalf. At the age of 127, 74632, while you were contemplating the Tao in the boundless sea of Tao, you were attacked by the celestial punishment god. Despite the disparity in Tao practice, you still managed to repel him. At the age of 127, 74633, celestial Tao golden light descended, the celestial court sent celestial gods and celestial generals to attack, sealing the cosmic plane to prevent your escape. You were trapped in a fierce battle. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, even the immortal emperors I couldn't help you escape. Just as the immortal gods were about to execute you, the celestial Buddha broke through the universe and forcefully rescued you, suffering severe injuries himself. At 127,746,634 years old, the celestial Buddha sent you to the river of cause and effect, instructing you never to step out again. You gazed at the departing silhouette of the celestial Buddha, remaining silent for a long time. At 127,746,656 years old, you encountered the great cause and effect steel within the river of cause and effect, and you began to comprehend the great cause and effect steel. Sure enough, it collided with the celestial court. Guan was surprised that the celestial Buddha could actually contend with the celestial court, even severely wounded, and capable of rescuing the Emperor of Eternal Life, which sufficiently demonstrated the strength of the celestial Buddha. At the same time, the Emperor of Eternal Life also displayed terrifying strength, merely an innate golden immortal, yet able to rival the immortal gods. The celestial spirit gods, celestial extreme gods, and gods of destruction that Guan had previously encountered all possessed the cultivation level of a heaven-balancing golden immortal, and even if that celestial punishment god had just ascended, at the very least, he was of the cultivation level of an innate golden immortal. Keep in mind that the Emperor of Eternal Life did not rely on the ability to evolve through lifespan. His greatest reliance was the immortal Emperor's eye. At 127, 747, 5897 years old, through the great cause and effect steel, you discovered that you were not your true self, which plunged you into confusion. At 127,747,004 years old, you accepted the cause and effect of the self, feeling that such truth might actually be a good thing. You could not save Fairy Yao Xian, but a stronger version of you might be able to. You took out a strand of hair that Fairy Yao Xian had left behind and began to pursue its cause and effect. At 127,901,546 years old, you located the positions of other identities within the cause and effect. Unable to find the true self, you took Fairy Yaoxuan's hair and merged it into the great cause and effect steel, choosing to fall within the great cause and effect steel. You have perished, and your path has dissipated. Reincarnation has ended. HM The end? Guan had not expected that the life of the Emperor of Eternal Life would end in such a manner. He did not leave the Daoist field of the beginningless, but instead prepared to receive the memories of the heritage right there. The celestial spirit great world's capacity to endure was far greater than before, and besides, his Daoist field of the beginningless itself was essentially a lifespan barrier, though it would catch the attention of people within the field. Guan closed his eyes, and the vast memories surged into his mind, giving him a sense of traveling through time. He experienced life from the Emperor of Eternal Live's first opening of the eyes. The Jinlan Immortal Mansion was bigger than he had imagined, completely its own independent world, and there were tens of thousands of such immortal mansions within the misty Immortal Court, with rankings among them. The Jinlan Immortal Mansion was considered a lower-ranked immortal mansion, but the birth of the immortal emperor's eye attracted many great powers. Through others' conversations, Guan learned that the immortal emperor's eye was not unique, hence the misty Immortal Court did not associate the Emperor of Eternal Life with the stealing Heaven Emperor. Soon, misfortune began. The profound Demon Emperor attacked, seizing the opportunity to take the Immortal Emperor's eye during the escort to Ling Mountain. On the way, the parents of the Emperor of Eternal Life died one after another. These experiences did not stir Guan, as he had already gone through several lifespan reincarnations. However, through the Emperor of Eternal Live's perspective, Guan saw the magnificent expanse of the great Tao world, which broadened his vision. When he arrived at Ling Mountain, he too was shocked by it. The height of Ling Mountain was unimaginable, surrounded by many great heaven and earths, like stars, all of which seemed so minuscule in front of Ling Mountain. Even the nebulae in the universe were far less vast than Ling Mountain. The Buddha within Ling Mountain each had an extraordinary aura, some even had golden bodies surpassing tens of thousands of feet in height. Guan also saw the celestial Buddha, and understanding the image of the celestial Buddha, he realized why he was able to rescue the Emperor of Eternal Life from the hands of the celestial court. Just one glance, and Guan could ascertain that the celestial Buddha exceeded the Tai-Ching Golden Immortal Realm. After becoming a disciple, when the celestial Buddha was alone with the Emperor of Eternal Life, the imposing aura that overlooked all living beings was gone. He was like a kind monk, teaching the Emperor of Eternal Life how to cultivate and guiding him through confusions. In front of the Bodhi sacred tree, the Emperor of Eternal Life would forget his sufferings. The celestial Buddha let Guan see what a true Buddha should be like, possessing both the mighty power to shoulder the weight of all living beings and the compassion to care for the weakest. Chapter 569, Battle Court Strikes. Invincible. When Guan was immersed in his reincarnation memories, spiritual energy from the Daoist field of the beginningless surged towards him, startling the disciples within. Shenzhen was the first to be awakened. She turned her head to look at Guan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, her eyes brimming with curiosity. An Xin arrived first, followed by Lv Chen Chuan, Celestial Demon Child, and others. Gradually, everyone gathered in the courtyard within the span of 5 breaths. When they realized the extraordinary phenomenon of the spiritual energy in the Daoist field originated from Guan, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What is Master doing? It looks like he's seeking enlightenment. The realm of our Master is so high, yet he can still experience sudden enlightenment. Perhaps his talent is greater than we thought. Nonsense, it's clear that our Master is a genius. How else could he have reached his current realm? Stop guessing and sit down quickly. Let's profoundly sense the Master's Tao. Everyone discussed in hushed tones, afraid of disturbing Guan. After being reminded by the blood prison great saint, everyone sat down to earnestly contemplate. The Daoist field of the beginningless fell into silence. The mountains and forests were beautiful, the sunlight was gentle, everything seemed so perfect. An hour later. Wuxia World. Sight Guan opened his eyes and saw that everyone was meditating within the courtyard. His expression didn't change, he just turned his gaze toward Shenzhen. Such a heavy obsession, Guan lamented inwardly. He had figured out the relationship between Shenzhen and Fairy Yao Xian. In fact, there was no actual relationship between the two. It was just that the Emperor of Eternal Life transferred Fairy Yao Xian's karma onto Shenzhen, hoping that the original self, namely Guan, could find Fairy Yao Xian through Shenzhen and rescue her. Fairy Yao Xian is a Daoist emperor with extraordinary talent. Even part of karma could change Shenzhen's destiny. Shenzhen was not initially chosen by the Emperor of Eternal Life, but was granted karma by him after meeting Guan. This was the act of the Emperor of Eternal Life after merging with the great cause and effect steel. He couldn't deduce where his original self was, so he could only utilize the power of the great cause and effect steel. He chose to self-destruct, also to make better use of the power of the great cause and effect steel. In the last moment before his will dispersed, he finally locked onto the celestial spirit great world of the future. He chose Shenzhen because, among the people Guan cared about, only Shenzhen had no one in her heart but Guan. The Emperor of Eternal Life believed that only such a relationship could compel Guan to go and save Fairy Yao Xian. Not only that, the Emperor of Eternal Life also left a mark within the great cause and effect steel as a way of repaying the original self in advance. Through this matter, Guan suddenly realized that Shenzhen's affection for him was indeed different. Although she said nothing, she had abandoned everything to follow him. When Shenzhen chose him, she did not know his true cultivation level, she simply did so because their aspirations and intentions concurred. Guan looked at Shenzhen and he too felt relieved. Shenzhen was not a replacement for anyone, she was still her own person, which was quite alright. As for the karma of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan would shoulder it. After all, he was the Emperor of Eternal Life. They were essentially the same person. One day, he would help the Emperor of Eternal Life find Fairy Yao Xian. With a thought, Guan's pupils transformed into a purplish gold hue, with flames faintly surging within. The Immortal Emperor's Eye. After inheriting the memories of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan suddenly mastered the Immortal Emperor's Eye. It's worth noting that his Immortal Emperor's Eye had no association with the Stealing Heaven Emperor, which was another of the Emperor of Eternal Life's methods. The Emperor of Eternal Life had obliterated Stealing Heaven Emperor's Immortal Emperor's Eye within the great cause and effect steel. The reason Guan could condense his own Immortal Emperor's Eye was because it was a skill that was cultivated, akin to a variation of divine powers, only it affected the bloodline and soul. The Emperor of Eternal Life had mastered the Immortal Emperor's Eye for hundreds of millions of years and had grasped its essence. This allowed Guan to directly cultivate the Immortal Emperor's Eye. It was a new Immortal Emperor's Eye without any karma. The Immortal Emperor's Eye was a great Tao creation, extremely difficult to cultivate, and different people could possess different mysteries. Now, Guan's mana was converging towards the Immortal Emperor's Eye, which would give rise to Immortal Emperor's Eye divine power unique to him. Guan spread out his Tao intent, immersing the others in the process of enlightenment, to prevent them from seeing the Immortal Emperor's Eye. The night sky was clear with the moon shining brightly and few stars. Inside the pagoda of Third Medicine Valley, which once belonged to Guan, Long Qing and Yitsang sat opposite each other. They had been talking for several days, with Yitsang speaking and Long Qing listening. After Yitsang had recounted his experiences of 9,000 years, he inhaled deeply and said, "Master, I've truly recognized my mistakes. Am willing to accept punishment. Please discipline me according to the sect's rules." He had already killed Cui Xianlin, avenging his sister, and his vengeance was thus settled, and next, he needed to take responsibility for his own mistakes. When he forced his way into Supreme Sect, although he did not create a massacre, he caused many people to get hurt, bringing immeasurable losses to Supreme Sect. Long Qing looked at Yitsang and asked, "If your teacher asked you to take on the responsibility of the Supreme Sect, would you be willing?" "What responsibility?" Yitsang asked in confusion. Long Qing answered, "The responsibility of the sect leader." At these words, Yitsang suddenly stood up, astonished, "How can I be the sect leader? Besides, isn't Brother Longting the best candidate?" As he spoke these words, the image of Guan surfaced in his mind again. He wasn't clear on what he was thinking, only feeling that the matter was ridiculous. Long Qing's gaze remained calm as he said, you have finished recounting your past experiences, now it is time for your teacher to talk about his own past. Yitsong's brows furrowed, and he could only suppress the confusion in his heart before sitting down. Long Qing began to talk about the past of the Long clan and their deep-seated grievances and enmities with the battle court. Hearing that his master was from outer heaven, Yitsong was shocked but did not interrupt with questions and listened attentively. As time went on, Yitsong's expression continuously changed, and by the end, his mood had turned somber. He had not at all expected that his master carried so many burdens. Compared to his master, his own suffering was insignificant. Heaven-supporting ancestor flew out from within Yitsong, looking at Long Qing with a complex expression. Seeing heaven-supporting ancestor appear, Long Qing paid no heed and continued speaking about the burden of karma he carried. After a long while, Long Qing finished recounting the past and looked at Yitsong, saying, "I am destined to die, but I do not wish my progeny to walk the same old path. I hope they stay away from Supreme Sect, away from the karma of the Long clan. My views diverge from those of the Grand Elder, so I wish to support you in becoming the next sect leader. Your talent is strong enough to become the strongest in Supreme Sect's future. But, Kang'er, your temperament still needs tempering. It's fine to be sharp, but in all things, leave some leeway, and do not be too extreme." His tone was still calm, revealing no emotion. Yitsong couldn't help but say, "Master, why must you bear such heavy karma? The battle court hasn't come yet, have they? Perhaps the battle court has already been annihilated, or maybe they can't even find the celestial spirit great world. It's impossible. The strength of the battle court is beyond your imagination. I had also heard of the Long clan before. I didn't expect that the Long clan still had surviving bloodlines. The battle court will certainly not let the Long clan off the hook." Heaven-supporting ancestor spoke with a hint of unease in his voice. Yitsong turned to heaven-supporting ancestor and asked with a frown, "Is the battle court truly unbeatable?" Heaven-supporting ancestor sighed, "Truly unbeatable." Yitsong, unconvinced, asked, "What if my ancestor made a move? Could the battle court withstand it?" Heaven-supporting ancestor was caught off guard by the thought of Guan, which made him shudder, but he still said, "That is the karma of the Long clan, your ancestor doesn't need to get involved. Besides, the might of the battle court is great, and you've never been to the great world beyond, you have no idea how terrifying the battle court truly is." Long Qing joined in, "That's right, my karma won't involve my teacher. He took me in and did what he could already. Back then, he did not wish for me to bear such karma, it was my own insistence." He looked at Yitsong and continued, "Kang'er, your teacher was also impulsive like you in his youth. I'm telling you about these things, not because I want you to do anything for me, but to tell you that each person has their fate, and the only things one can control are one's own matters." Yitsong fell into silence after hearing this. Heaven-supporting ancestor observed the master-disciple duo, his mood turning heavy as well. He knew of the battle court's might even more clearly than Long Qing. With your current cultivation level, even if you're prepared to sacrifice yourself, you probably cannot withstand the battle court. If you die, the battle court won't spare your progeny either. Although I don't know what you're relying on, I think it's impossible for you to completely end the karma of the Long clan. Heaven-supporting ancestor looked at Long Qing and warned. He paused, then continued, "Moreover, I can feel some powerful force approaching the celestial spirit great world. I was surprised before, but now I think that powerful force must be the battle court." Long Qing showed a smile and said, "I have my own methods. In fact, I have felt it too, which is why I chose to talk about this matter and do not shy away from your presence." Heaven-supporting ancestor stared at Long Qing and spoke earnestly, "If the battle court intends to slaughter the celestial spirit great world, I will take Yitsong and leave. Although you and your disciple have a deep bond, I also care for him." Long Qing did not respond and simply picked up the cup of tea on the table that had long since turned cold. Yitsong took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and his eyes became resolute. He looked at Long Qing and said, "Master, I will remember the principles you've shared, but your karma, I want to help you. It's just the battle court, right? I don't believe they are truly invincible. Heaven-supporting ancestor glared and said, You little brat, what power do you have to boast? Without my power, how are you any different from an ant? Yizong turned his head to look at him and said, If I can't fight them, I will protect the Long clan. Master, you can rest assured, I won't seek death. I remember what I promised you, and once I fulfill what I promised, I might have the strength to confront the battle court. Heaven-supporting ancestor opened his mouth, but no words came out. He wanted to say that even if you complete that task, it would still be far from enough to shake the battle court. Chapter 570, Heavenly Daoist Creation, 10,000 Years of Devotion. After inheriting the memories of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan's life returned to its usual tranquility. His disciples at the dojo were oblivious to the fact that he had practiced the Immortal Emperor's Eye as he continued refining Dao treasures. Aside from crafting a Dao treasure for the deep-sea dragon carp, he was also preparing one for Jiangqiong, Longqing, Yangjian, and Zhangbuku. Of course, these were just being prepared in advance. As for when he would give them away, it would depend on his mood. Refining treasures, picking herbs, and occasionally giving guidance to disciples, the wheels of time accelerated their turning amidst such a rhythm of life. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the primordial era of the celestial spirit great world, creation was constant. Not only were beings of exceptional talent born, but superior heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as heaven and earth treasures, would also be nurtured. Treasures were not only created through refining, heaven and earth themselves could give birth to innate treasures. Innate treasures could more easily trigger the rules of heaven and earth, and each contained immense power. Those who obtained an innate treasure would find it easier to become formidable figures who could stir the winds and clouds of the world. Against such a backdrop, discourse about the heavenly Tao began to spread again in the human world. Those who acquired supreme treasures were branded as favored by the heavenly Tao, causing all beings to fear and yearn for the heavenly Tao even more. One day, after Guan had just finished refining a Tao treasure, he stood up having decided on the foundation for the new treasure's refinement, without even bidding farewell to Shenzhen. Shenzhen didn't mind too much, absorbed in the Tao treasure within the great cauldron. She sensed a kind of Tao aura she had never perceived before. How can he possess so many types of the power of the great Tao? Shenzhen muttered. In her view, mastering one type of the power of the great Tao was enough to tower over all beings, yet Guan had displayed over a dozen, unfathomably deep. She simply exclaimed without giving it much further thought and concentrated on comprehending the Tao. In recent millennia, as she comprehended the Tao, a desire had taken root in her heart. It seemed she was searching for something, but even she wasn't clear on what it was. She instinctively felt this longing. Wuxia world. Sight Wuxia world. Sight. This yearning drove her to pursue enlightenment with more diligence than in the first half of her life, no longer allowing herself to slack off. Elsewhere. Guan arrived at the edge of a cliff and looked down at the mountain path below. Mountains rose high on both sides of the path, blocking the sunlight. The cliff face was covered in grass and vines, creating a quiet, desolate atmosphere. At this moment, a scholar with a bookcase strapped to his back was making his way forward, leaning on a wooden staff. The mountain path was steep without stone steps, and weeds covered the sharp rocks, making his advance even slower. This scholar was the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god. Under Guan's gaze, a white fox followed behind the celestial spirit god. The white fox had searched for 10,000 years and finally found the reincarnated celestial spirit god. 10,000 years ago, the eldest brother killed an evil person in the city to save the youngest of 5, leading to his being pursued by the authorities. Meanwhile, the 3 white foxes, as agreed, resurrected the youngest brother. However, having shed blood, they could no longer control their murderous impulses, and when anyone troubled them, they would find a way to eliminate them. Eventually, the Immortal Cultivation sect discovered them. With their low cultivation level, they couldn't resist capture by the cultivators. They were taken prisoner, and the youngest, due to his demonic power, was also taken by the sect. Decades later, the youngest seized the chance to rescue the 3 white foxes, only to find 2 had already died tragically. He could only flee with the surviving one, who though alive, was at death's door. The surviving white fox, named Su Jin, was gravely injured, forcing the ensuing escape to depend on the youngest's protection. The Immortal Cultivation sect began to chase them because she once transformed into a courtesan. The cultivators started to speculate maliciously about their relationship, spreading rumors far and wide, damaging their reputation and leading more cultivators to join the hunt. Under the oppression of both the secular world and the immortal cultivation realm, feelings developed between the youngest and Su Jin. When the youngest sent Su Jin to the demon race's territory for her safety, he died by the blade of a cultivator while covering her escape. Such tragedies were not unusual in this world. Su Jin was fortunate to become a disciple of a great power from the demon race and even obtained the reincarnation technique. She searched for the youngest for 10,000 years until she finally found him in this life. Of course, Guan played a role in her finding him, as the celestial spirit god was covered by his karmic influence. Without his intention, she would never have found him. The celestial spirit god had been reincarnated hundreds of times, experiencing various lives. Each death caused his will to briefly awaken, allowing him to take in the experiences of reincarnation. Guan could sense the changes in the celestial spirit god's mindset, which is why he gave him the opportunity. In this life, the celestial spirit god was named Bai Sheng, hailing from a remote town. He was on his way to the imperial city of the dynasty to participate in the imperial examination. As he reached the highest point of the mountain path, the downhill path lay ahead. Stopping, he set down his bookcase and began to wipe off his sweat. He turned his head and looked back down the mountain path he came by, beholding the undulating expanse of forest that stretched out magnificently without end. A smile appeared on his face, and a feeling of exuberant pride welled up in his heart. Even if all my reading brings no rewards, having traveled thousands of miles, this life is still worth it, Bai Sheng said with heartfelt emotion, a proud and satisfied smile spreading across his handsome face. Suddenly, he caught sight of a little white fox in the grass below, and with a smile and a wave, he greeted it, "Little fox, we meet again. Can't you bear to part with me?" Upon hearing his words, Su Jin promptly emerged from the grass, hurried up the mountain, and affectionately rubbed against Bai Sheng's trouser leg. Bai Sheng was amused by her, then took out some of his rations and shared a piece with her. Guan stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the joyful scene of the reunion between the man and the fox. The stories of scholars and demons made Guan think of the ancient Wuxia literature, strange tales from a Chinese studio, from his past life. In the celestial spirit great world, romances between humans and demons are not uncommon, but they're not as fraught with complications. Few humans betray a demon and live to tell the tale, given the disparity in strength. In this life, the end of Bai Sheng and Su Jin's story was destined to be a tragedy, but with Guan's intervention, anything could change. Guan was ready to use Su Jin as a test for the celestial spirit god. If the celestial spirit god still lacked compassion, then it would continue to languish in reincarnation. When Guan was no longer fearful of the celestial court, that would mark the moment of its annihilation. With time on his hands, Guan decided to get involved. He turned and strode toward the forest. In an instant, his attire transformed dramatically into that of a traveling martial hero, dust-covered yet retaining the demeanor of a gallant figure of the martial world. He wore a broad-brimmed hat and had the Cyan Hong sword strapped to his waist. Su Jin was nibbling on the pastry, her eyes constantly on Bai Sheng. Staring at Bai Sheng, she felt somewhat dazed. Thousands of years had passed, and he had become completely different. In her memory, Xiao Wu never had such presence, always wearing a worried look on his face. But the secret technique she practiced told her this man's soul was indeed Xiao Wu's. In this life, I will definitely not let you suffer, Su Jin thought silently. Suddenly, she turned her head, her movement caught Bai Sheng's attention, prompting him to look up as well. The nearby trees shook, and they saw a figure emerge from the woods. Seeing Gu An's attire, Bai Sheng grew nervous, fearing the other might be a bandit. He quickly stuffed Su Jin into his book box and then turned to face Guan, feigning calm. Guan lifted his head, his youthful yet somewhat weathered face showing from beneath his broad-brimmed hat. Bai Sheng instantly relaxed, feeling that Guan seemed like a kind person. Guan, just passing through. It's rare to meet someone here, so I thought I'd come say hello, hope I didn't scare you? Guan said with an enthusiastic smile. Bai Sheng quickly raised his hand in greeting, scare me? Not at all. My name is Bai Sheng, from Lu County, on my way to the Imperial City. Guan curiously asked, are you going to take the official examination? That's right. Where might Brother Gu be headed? Coincidentally, I'm also going to the Imperial City. How about we travel together? I can protect you. In return, you can keep me company and talk about your studies. You scholars know much that I don't. I've practiced martial arts since I was young and never had much education. Actually, I've always envied the world of scholars, Guan said with a laugh, his easygoing manner increasing Bai Sheng's favorable impression of him. The two sat down to chat and found they got along splendidly. Suddenly, Su Jin jumped out of the book box, causing Guan to be taken aback. Bai Sheng quickly introduced her, explaining that he and the little fox were destined to meet. Foxes are very spiritual, and there've been plenty of stories about scholars and fox spirits throughout history. Brother Bai, you must be careful, she might be a demon, Guan teased. Su Jin couldn't help but glare at Guan, finding him too talkative. Bai Sheng's handsome face reddened as he hurriedly replied, how could that be? Even if she were a demon, there's no way such a story would happen between us. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jin's gaze towards Guan was filled with annoyance, though Bai Sheng failed to notice the change in her eyes. Chapter 571, The First Calamity, Dao Court. Guan and Su Jin accompanied Bai Sheng on his way to the Imperial City, with laughter and joy along the way. Bai Sheng had never been so happy. During this period, Guan would use a clone to replace himself while his real body went to pick medicinal herbs. Su Jin was a 10,000-year-old great demon, already in the Nirvana realm, but still had not seen through the switch between Gu An's true body and his clone. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They had not yet reached the Imperial City, and with 2 years until the examination, Bai Sheng was not in a hurry. He had set out early, wanting to travel and expand his horizons. On this day, the rain drizzled incessantly. Bai Sheng and Guan came to a small pavilion in the mountains to rest, and Su Jin leaped out of the bookcase, perched on Bai Sheng's shoulder, and licked his face as if trying to help him wipe the rainwater away. Bai Sheng had grown accustomed to her affection and didn't pay it much mind. He was discussing the local customs and culture with Guan. Although it was his first visit, he had read about this place in books and was very excited. The rainy weather did not dampen his spirits. Guan held the wine gourd in his hand, drinking while listening to Bai Sheng talk about the past and present, discussing the masterpieces that had been born here and the stories that were worth singing and weeping over. When Bai Sheng had talked until his mouth was dry and his throat parched, Guan tossed him the wine gourd. Bai Sheng caught it and poured it directly into his mouth. I've heard that there are ghosts and apparitions around here, but I don't know if it's true or not. I've practiced martial arts for over 30 years, yet I've never seen a demon or ghost. Guan, with the Cyan Hong sword in hand, spoke eagerly. Su Jin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, feeling that he was overestimating himself. She really wanted to speak, but she was afraid of scaring Bai Sheng. Wuxia World. Sight, Bai Sheng said with a laugh, if there is, I would like to meet one too. You're as weak as a chicken, aren't you scared of ghosts? One eventually dies, rather than living a quiet life, never seeing ghosts or demons. I wouldn't regret or be afraid even if I died under the claws of a demon or ghost. Bai Sheng replied with an untroubled laugh, his eyes shining. Guan felt that Bai Sheng seemed frail, but in fact, he was full of energy, interested in everything, and full of fighting spirit. This guy had a tenacity inherent in his bones, truly worthy of being the reincarnation of a celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god, despite different origins in each reincarnation, would retain some of the original personality traits. That was also why Bai Sheng could attract Su Jin's attention. Guan said with a smile, "You should practice martial arts, not just study." Bai Sheng stood up, holding the wine gourd and assumed a pose, executing a set of awkward fist technique, then said proudly, "Isn't it better to excel in both literature and martial arts? Why don't you teach me a set of swordsmanship? I think swords complement poetry." "Alright, let's start now." "Really?" Hearing Gu An's words, Bai Sheng was overjoyed and immediately dragged Guan to practice swordsmanship. After beginning sword training, Guan was not all smiles and laughter with Bai Sheng, occasionally correcting Bai Sheng's posture with the hilt of the sword, which angered Su Jin. Once Bai Sheng was able to accept her, she'd make Guan pay. As she thought this, she saw Guan applying more force, causing Bai Sheng to cry out in pain, which further annoyed her. "If you're afraid of pain, you can give up." "No problem, I can hold on." Guan deliberately asked this, and upon hearing Bai Sheng's reply, Su Jin could only bear with it. In the days that followed, every time they rested, Bai Sheng would pester Guan to practice swordsmanship. In Su Jin's view, this sword Dao was quite ordinary, practicing it was a waste of time. She planned to teach Bai Sheng immortal cultivation later, since only by stepping onto the immortal path could he stay with her forever. Another half a year passed. Spring had just begun. Guan and Bai Sheng arrived at the gates of the imperial city, and seeing the majestic gates, Bai Sheng couldn't help but raise his arms and cheer. Su Jin, perched on his shoulder, squinted her fox-like eyes. She sensed a heavy demon qi. There were demons in the city, it seemed trouble was brewing. As expected of the imperial city under the sun of heaven's feet, majestic and imposing, the destination of the celestial mandate, "This is the most prosperous place under heaven," said Bai Sheng excitedly. Guan smiled and said, "There are not only one dynasty in this world, to speak of the celestial mandate like this is a bit presumptuous." Bai Sheng glanced at Guan and asked, "Have you been to other dynasties?" "No." "Then let's first believe that this is the greatest city." Bai Sheng lifted his bookcase and strode toward the imperial city. As he walked, he turned back to ask Guan the purpose of his visit to the imperial city. Guan was evasive, which made Su Jin even more vigilant. The crowd in front of the city gate was vast, they blended into it and quickly vanished from sight. At the same time, on the other side of the human world, Liya stood atop a mountain, looking down at the valley below, where weeds sprawled wildly with the faint outline of ancient attic buildings visible. This was Profound Valley, his first residence when he joined the Supreme Sect years ago. Liya gazed at the valley, looking lost in thought. A figure approached from behind him, it was Long Qing. "Elderly, should I have someone tidy this up?" Long Qing asked, weariness apparent in his features. With the impending assault from the battle court drawing near, his cultivation grew more arduous. He would not have left his practice had Liya not returned. Liya still wore his black garments, with stubble on his face and his hair casually tied, exuding the air of a wanderer from the martial world, not that of someone from immortal cultivation. "No need, I'm just taking a glance." "You don't need to accompany me especially, I will be leaving soon," Liya replied softly as he overlooked Profound Valley. In his eyes, the weeds in the valley disappeared, replaced by fields of medicinal herbs. He saw 3 young boys playing and frolicking. After hearing this, Long Qing nodded slightly and then turned to leave. He could tell that Liya was preoccupied, but he had no intention of prying. Could any worry be greater than his own life and death? As the millennia passed, Long Qing grew increasingly uneasy, always harboring the feeling of an impending calamity. After Long Qing departed, Liya remained in the same place, deep in thought. The divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder and said, "Still looking, huh? The master isn't dead, he just left. I'm not worried about him." I just wanted to take one last look at this place before leaving. I might never return, Leia answered. Hearing this, the divine exotic immortal spirit cocked its head, asking in surprise, "Where exactly are you going? You still won't tell me? Ever since you practiced that miracle skill, I can't hear your inner thoughts. Living inside you, I feel like an outsider." Towards the end, its tone was of a complaint. "I'm heading to outer heaven. Where exactly, I'm not sure. I want to follow Gu An's steps, and also look for Zhang Buku. Didn't you say that the power of the divine exotic realm master still exists? Maybe Zhang Buku is still alive." With that, Leia turned and looked up at the celestial vault. He leaped up, transforming into a beam of sword light, piercing the sky. As he soared further from the ground, the blue of the celestial vault darkened to black, stars emerged and quickly became resplendent. Suddenly, a powerful force of mana descended from above, and Li Ya's eyes narrowed as a sword materialized in front of him, its blade facing forward, forcefully severing this mana. "Stop!" A shout thundered from the heavens, causing Li Ya to slow down. He squinted and saw a man in silver armor, spear in hand, rapidly stopping thousands of feet above him. "Without the celestial Tao order, you are not allowed to leave the celestial spirit great world," the silver armor man pronounced, looking down at Leia with a commanding voice. Leia scoffed and asked, "The celestial Tao order? Since when does the celestial spirit great world have such a rule?" He was filled with confusion. For the past 3,000 years, he had been secluded in sword enlightenment, and upon leaving seclusion, he did not hear of any celestial Tao order. But the other's tone, daring to regulate the entire celestial spirit great world, was enough evidence of his extraordinary background, which Leia found ludicrous. The great world had just been reshaped, and such a powerful force had emerged? Could it be that an outer heaven power had descended and ruled the celestial spirit great world in a very short time? The silver armor man replied, "This celestial rule has been established for 1,000 years, set by the Tao court. I advise you not to act rashly. Above me, there is a free immortal who guards. Even if you pass me, you will not reach outer heaven. Should you injure me, it will be seen as a challenge to the Tao court, and you will be doomed never to transcend." The Tao court? Leia frowned. He had only been detached from the mundane for 3,000 years, how had the Tao court suddenly emerged? Upon further thought, he realized that today's great world was vast and boundless. Even 3,000 years ago, his knowledge of the world had been superficial, and he certainly was not aware of its full extent. Perhaps the Tao court was the overlord from another side of the world. What purpose does such a celestial rule serve? To trap all beings within this world? Leia asked mockingly. The silver armor man's brows furrowed and said, "Your sword is no trivial matter, you must be a great power that commands respect. You must have lived from the previous era until now. Let me tell you, a terrible calamity is approaching. It will be the first calamity since the primordial era to affect the entire great world. Going to outer heaven at this time will only lead to one's demise. The Tao court is looking out for your welfare, wanting to gather the power of the great world, to collectively resist the threat from outer heaven." Chapter 572, Disaster Looms. If it had been before, Leia would have certainly barged into the Tao court's blockade without hesitation, but now, upon hearing the silver armor man speak of an impending disaster, he couldn't help but calm down and ponder carefully. He had a clear memory of the great battle that took place 20,000 years ago, which clearly involved powerhouses from outer heaven. Leia gave the silver armor man a deep look and then turned to fly downwards. The silver armor man watched as Leia disappeared into the sea of clouds and then slowly ascended himself. Divine exotic immortal spirit sat on Li Ya's shoulder, teasing, "You've actually stopped being reckless, it feels quite unfamiliar to me." Leia snorted, "I'm not in any hurry to leave, and besides, if the world is in trouble, I need to stay and protect the supreme sect." Ia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. To reach this point in his life, aside from Gu An's protection, the support he had received from the Supreme Sect was substantial, and even now, he still considered himself a disciple of the Supreme Sect. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit sighed, "You really have grown up. What's with that tone? You make it sound like you're talking to a junior." Leah immediately pulled Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit down from his shoulder and vigorously kneaded him in his arms. A breeze blew over with the sea of clouds, and as Leah bantered with Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit, he suddenly felt as if nothing had really changed after all. At Dawn. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Guan sat on the eaves, watching the rising sun, his gaze reaching far into the distance. He saw the battle court, searching for the Celestial Spirit Great World. Because the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable had reshaped the Tao rules, the new Celestial Spirit Great World was temporarily separated from the path of the Great Tao, making it hard for the battle court to directly find the Celestial Spirit Great World. Nevertheless, through causality calculations, the battle court was getting increasingly closer to the Celestial Spirit Great World. Immortal Emperor, Guan pondered this name. In the memory of the silent destruction god Emperor, the Lord of the War Court was the Immortal Emperor. The Tao practice of this Immortal Emperor was unfathomably profound, and it was uncertain whether he would come this time. He had already sensed the auras of more than a dozen innate golden immortals within the approaching War Court's forces, with more battle court powerhouses arriving continuously. Judging by the situation, they were determined to slaughter all the descendants of the Long clan. Guan wasn't the least bit perturbed. He was, on the contrary, looking forward to the arrival of the great battle, during which he could reap lifespan extensively. Generally, Guan wouldn't engage in slaughter, but if someone threatened him, it was an opportunity to kill righteously and justifiably. "Brother Gu, good morning." Bai Xing's laughter came from the courtyard, and Guan looked down to see Bai Xing waving at him. So he smiled and nodded in response. "Are you going to read books again today?" Guan asked. The civil examination was still a while away. It had been a month since they arrived in the imperial city, and every day Bai Xing would stroll through the city, mainly to find books to read. With Su Jin's help, Bai Xing had come across quite a bit of money on the way and was now quite wealthy. Bai Xing laughed, "I'm not reading today. I heard there's an immortal in the city taking disciples, and I want to see if it's a real immortal. Brother Gu, want to come along?" Guan shook his head. "You go ahead, I'm off to find someone for a drink." "You and your drinking." After chatting for a bit, Bai Xing left with Su Jin. Guan watched Bai Xing leave, knowing that once the impending disaster in the imperial city was over, it would be his time to leave as well. Having accompanied Bai Xing for a year, he had scattered his worries, and whatever happened between Bai Xing and Su Jin in the future, Guan would simply observe from afar. The imperial city bustled day after day. In the eyes of mortals, this imperial dynasty was the most powerful entity in the world, manipulating power, capable of altering heaven and earth. Little did they know, the world is vast, and even the seemingly immovable behemoths can be undone in an instant. If Guan didn't intervene, this imperial dynasty would be annihilated within days, and not even Su Jin in the Nirvana realm could stop it. The impending disaster would change Bai Xing's mindset, igniting a fiery passion for immortal cultivation like never before. Gu An's thoughts drifted away as time rapidly slipped by. Dusk approached. As night neared, lights gradually lit up the city, and the imperial city became even more lively, with the noise reaching Gu An's ears. He still sat on the eaves, and following his gaze, billowing dark clouds were rolling toward the imperial city, creating a heavy oppression. At that moment, on another street in the city, Bai Xing stood on tiptoes in the crowd, looking towards the stage where a Daoist wearing a mask was performing a sword dance, with 5 disciples dressed as demons circling around him. The Daoist swordplay occasionally sped up, sharp as the wind, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Bai Xing didn't notice that Su Jin on his shoulder was looking up at the celestial vault. This demon Qi, Su Jin's eyes revealed a hint of dread. She hadn't expected the imperial city to attract such a terrifying demon. "This is not good." She turned her head to look at Bai Sheng and licked his face with her tongue. "Stop it, I'll buy you something to eat after I'm done watching," Bai Sheng said casually, his gaze fixed on the stage, filled with curiosity. Su Jin became anxious. She bit Bai Sheng's neck, causing him pain that made him cover his neck with his hand. Without waiting for him to speak, she jumped to the ground and ran outside. There were too many people around, and Bai Sheng, worried she might come to harm, could only follow her. After squeezing through the crowd, Bai Sheng saw Su Jin squatting under a tree not far away, and he hurried over. Just as Bai Sheng was about to scold Su Jin, she suddenly transformed, turning into a woman in a white dress with a bewitching face. This shocked Bai Sheng so much that he instinctively stepped back. Smack! Su Jin grabbed Bai Sheng's wrist and pulled him in front of her. "Listen, I'm only going to say this once, don't scream and shout, a demon is about to descend, and everyone in the city will be devoured by it. I'm no match for it, I can only protect you. You need to come with me now." Su Jin stared at Bai Sheng and spoke solemnly, then, pulling him, started walking towards the city gate. "Wait a minute." Bai Sheng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, trying hard to pull his hand away, but he could not break free from Su Jin's grip. Su Jin turned to look at him, her brow deeply furrowed. Bai Sheng quickly said, "Even if you can't save the entire city's population, at least bring Brother Gu with us." Su Jin snorted, "Why should I bring him? After all, we've been traveling together, we're already like brothers, how could we abandon him?" Bai Sheng said in a pleading tone. He didn't care that he was shocked by Su Jin being a demon. He believed Su Jin wouldn't harm him. If she would, he would have been eaten already on their journey, so why wait until today? "Fine," Su Jin said impatiently and then took Bai Sheng to their residence. Boom, the sound of thunder rumbled, but the people inside the imperial city were still unaware of the danger. Within those thunderclouds, a terrifying figure was stirring, and a pair of blood-red eyes loomed over the human world. Suddenly, countless demon birds burst out of the sea of clouds, sweeping toward the imperial city, their flapping sounds merging together, instantly drowning out the city's hubbub and disturbing the citizens. In the woods, an Xian was sitting on a stone by the brook, fiddling with the Six Paths mirror in her hand. Footsteps approached, and the sect hierarch of Qianquan's sect, Qingshan, arrived. His hair was white, but his face still looked young. He was wearing a wide, exquisite robe, and his presence as the head of a sect was hard to conceal. He came behind an Xian, bowed, and said, "Predecessor, the Dao court sent people over, claiming that a great calamity is about to come to the world, and all sects must join forces to repel the enemy. They hope that our Qianquan sect will accept the celestial Dao order to coordinate with the Dao court when the calamity arrives. However, this theory of heaven requires the infusion of Qianquan sect's destiny, and I'm somewhat hesitant." An Xian replied, "If there is hesitation, then refuse." Lately, she had gained new insights into the Six Paths mirror, and if it weren't for Qingshan's call, she wouldn't have wanted to come out. But the Dao court is powerful, and compared to it, our Qianquan sect is like the light of a rice grain against the brilliance of the moon. If we refuse, won't the Dao court target us? Qingshan asked with a frown, his tone full of worry. If they become enemies just because we're unwilling to cooperate, it means that the Dao court does not have the greatness of spirit to shoulder the world. They just want to take the opportunity to calculate against all sections. Such a sect will sooner or later become an enemy. An Xian said casually as she stood up, turned around to look at Qingshan, and asked, "Is that all?" Qingshan was taken aback and replied, "There's one more thing. Someone in the sect has achieved enlightenment and has become crazed. Can you take a look at him? Why not bring him over here? To tell the truth, his cultivation level can be considered top tier within the sect, and we can't handle him. He's locked himself in his cave mansion, raving that the sky is falling. I've never seen him so afraid. I wonder if it has something to do with the calamity mentioned by the Dao court?" Qingshan frowned again. There was something else he didn't mention. In fact, these years, during cultivation, he, too, had felt restless, with a sense of impending disaster hanging over his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Battle Court Mythology. Confronting destiny. In the early morning, the sunlight cut through the smoke-filled ruins of the imperial city, where corpses and broken walls stained with bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng, covered in dust and ash, stood atop the debris, staring at the horrific scenes in all directions, his pupils trembling, unable to accept what was before him. The city he considered the most prosperous had turned into ruins overnight, and the sight of the half-remaining mask of the sword-wielding Daoist head seen earlier touched him even more deeply. How could this happen? Bai Sheng muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He felt as though he was in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. He looked up into the distance, then immediately rushed down, beginning his search for Guan, combing through bodies along the way, fighting back fear and disgust. As the sun continued to rise, reaching high noon, he still hadn't found Guan, his hands now covered in fresh blood. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the street, lacking even the strength to lift his head. After a morning of searching, his heart knew no fear, only numbness. A figure appeared before him. He saw the person's shoes but couldn't bring himself to speak. Su Jin looked down at Bai Sheng and sighed. Didn't you say you'd rather die in the jaws of demons and ghosts, than live a dull life? Last night, you witnessed a great demon that most mortals will never see in their entire lives. Shouldn't you feel fortunate? Bai Sheng hung his head and asked weakly, are you such a demon as well? Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Omicron. I do not delight in killing as they do, but I have killed people, killed demons, Su Jin responded, her answer plunging Bai Sheng into silence. Su Jin continued, since you've witnessed supernatural powers, why not cultivate immortality with me in the future? Help me, find, Brother Gu. Bai Sheng struggled to speak, and after uttering those 5 words, he completely lost his strength and fainted, toppling forward, but fortunately, Su Jin caught him in time. Su Jin held Bai Sheng in her arms, a smile appearing on her face. She had fantasized about this moment for 10,000 years and had finally achieved it. Don't worry, in this life I will surely protect you, just as you desperately protected me 10,000 years ago. Su Jin murmured softly to herself, lifting Bai Sheng up and then soaring into the sky. Her divine sense enveloped the entire city before continuing outward. Strange, where on earth did he go? Could a demon have devoured him? Su Jin wondered aloud to herself, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, she had already searched for Bai Sheng on behalf of him. If he couldn't be found, it wasn't her fault. She flew off into the distance with Bai Sheng in her arms, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The clouds above had scattered, and the sunlight spilled over the devastated imperial city, and gradually, a hint of murky energy began to dissipate. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the courtyard, Guan lay in a rocking chair reading a book, occasionally instructing Shenzhen on how to control the Taiqing true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron. It had been 10 years since he had parted from Bai Sheng. Shenzhen turned her head to look at Guan and asked, Guan, what's the origin of that Dao court? Within the Jianghu sect, it's widely rumored that the Dao court will become the sect that unifies the entire world. Guan answered casually, just like the Holy Court, the Dao court was once the ruler of a part of the great heaven and earth. After the great thousand world was reconstructed, they grew rapidly. Of course, they were able to do this because they had the backing of a highly practiced and powerful being. How strong is he, compared to you? Shenzhen asked with a raised eyebrow. Guan laughed, haven't fought, hard to say. Yeah, right, with you talking like that, that person definitely isn't your match. Shenzhen rolled her eyes at Guan, who could hear her admiration for him in her heart, amazed by his strength, though her tone suggested otherwise. Guan, while turning the pages of his book, said, "Nevertheless, it's still too early for the Dao court to dream of unifying the celestial spirit great world. How far into the future can you see?" Shenzhen asked curiously. In fact, she was extremely curious about Gu An's cultivation level but had always restrained herself, feeling too embarrassed to ask. Given the chance to probe, she wouldn't miss it. "Don't ask any more, the will of heaven cannot be revealed." Guan brushed off the question, and then turned over, his back to Shenzhen. Shenzhen huffed and then focused on comprehending the Dao treasure within the artifact refining cauldron. Silence returned to the courtyard, with only the occasional wind passing through. The three pristine true fire beneath the artifact refining cauldron flickered ceaselessly, as if it would never go out. As it wavered, time swiftly passed by. Spring came and went, and autumn arrived. 500 years had passed. 500 years later, Guan still lay on the same chair, while Shenzhen remained seated in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Guan turned over and rose, tucking the green hero travelogue into his chest, picked up the Cyan Hong sword, and drew it from its scabbard. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath startled Shenzhen. She turned her head towards Guan, watched him handling the sword, and was about to ask what he was doing when suddenly her expression changed, and she looked up sharply. Not just her, everyone in the dojo was alarmed and looked up. Above them, the azure celestial vault began to pepper with black dots, which quickly expanded like black holes, riddling the vault with 1,000 gaping wounds. "What is that?" Shenzhen furrowed her brow and asked. Guan did not look up. He gently swung the Cyan Hong sword, replying, "It's a transcendent force from beyond the great thousand world, known as the Battle Court." The Battle Court? Shenzhen had never heard of this name before. She asked in surprise, "Why do all these major sects like to name themselves Court, Holy Court, Dao Court, Battle Court? Your book Celestial Court can't possibly be real, can it?" She had always suspected the investiture of the gods and journey to the west to be true, and now, thinking about it, it seemed very possible. After all, Gu An's Dao practice was beyond her imagination. "It cannot be said, it cannot be said," Guan said with a meaningful smile. He was thinking about what sword technique to use to sweep away the battle court. At that moment, he felt something and turned his head towards the distance, a flicker of unusual light in his eyes. He was looking in the direction of the supreme sect. At the same time, on the remote Taitsang continent, Candle Star and Yitsang appeared beneath Long Qing's attic, while the soul of the heaven-supporting ancestor emerged from within Long Qing's body. He gazed up at the celestial vault, his brow deeply furrowed. "The battle court is truly fearsome," murmured the heaven-supporting ancestor to himself. Candle Star, too, looked up at the celestial vault, his face showing disbelief. The heaven-supporting ancestor turned to him and asked, "Aren't you also from the battle court? I heard you wanted the supreme sect to take the battle court's place." Yitsang looked at Candle Star as well, detecting the sarcasm in the heaven-supporting ancestor's voice. Taking a deep breath, Candle Star said, "I didn't expect the battle court to have such depths. It seems that the existence has finished its seclusion and has called back those great powers who have been gone for so long. It's odd, he clearly despises the Long clan, and it was just those war gods targeting them," the heaven-supporting ancestor speculated. "After all, even the celestial spirit god has fallen, and yet the battle court still dares to come. It must have some confidence." Candle Star couldn't answer, his heart was in turmoil. The oppressive force of the battle court's arrival made him tremble with fear. He dared not imagine the sight of facing those war gods, especially that existence. That existence was the myth and legend of the battle court. Even though he had reached the profound yuan-free immortal realm, he had never seen that existence. Clang! The door of the attic flew open, and Long Qing walked out, descending the stairs at a steady pace, his expression calm. A figure abruptly appeared at the base of the stairs. It was Long Qing's son, Long Teng. "Father, what is the origin of the anomaly in the sky? Why do I feel my qi blood surging uncontrollably? I even feel," Long Teng asked with a furrowed brow. Long Qing reached the landing and looked down at him, even feeling hostility, murderous intentions. Long Ting's eyes widened in shock as he pressed, "Father, do you have the same feeling?" Long Qing continued down the stairs, his gaze shifting towards the celestial vault. "Some things are too late to tell you, and there is no need for you to know. Just watch. Just watch. Father, what are you going to do?" Long Ting's eyebrows knitted again, an intense unease building within him. Long Qing stepped in front of him, giving the unnerving feeling that he could disappear at any moment, which instinctively made Long Ting reach out, attempting to grasp Long Qing's robe. Candle Star, Yitsang, and the heaven-supporting ancestor, all aware of the Long clan's destiny, kept silent, their eyes fixed on Long Qing. Yitsang clenched his fists tightly, filled with reluctance. He had not expected the battle court to come so swiftly. 500 years was a long time for mortals, but for him, it was insufficient for his cultivation level to break through, far from enough to aid his master. Just feeling the vast oppressive force enveloping heaven and earth told Yitsang that he could not meddle in this karmic destiny. But, how would his master face it? Yitsang knew that his own cultivation level was not much higher than his master's, but his master's composure filled him with anticipation. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 574, Annihilate completely the Celestial Spirit. Great World Celestial Vault was covered with black holes of varying sizes. Every creature within the Celestial Spirit Great World, as long as they looked up at the Celestial Vault, would see such a phenomenon and become panic-stricken. Since the vast majority of living beings had never witnessed such a phenomenon in their lives, it was inevitable that they would be fearful. All the major sects quickly formed arrays and sent great power cultivators to observe the sky. The vast oppressive force of the battle court enveloped the entire great world, yet no creature from the battle court had appeared. Long Qing took 2 steps forward, looking at the myriad of black holes with an extremely calm expression. He had already prepared himself to die. Long Ting looked at his father's silhouette, unable to resist asking, "Father, what exactly are you planning to do?" Long Qing didn't answer him. The protective formation of the supreme sect rose up, and figures began appearing around the attic. They were either high-ranking individuals of the supreme sect or descendants of the Long family. After Long Qing issued a precautionary command, he no longer spoke, and no matter who asked him, he did not respond. Sar the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yitsang looked at his master, feeling extremely distressed. Just then, brilliant lights arose from the horizon, all of them entering the black holes within the celestial vault. The lights entered the black holes and disappeared without causing any disturbance, as if traveling through time and space. Far beyond, in the depths of the universe, a dark purple light path stretching millions of miles was rapidly extending. Figures were walking on the light path, with black holes continuously appearing on both sides. Some figures stepped into the black holes, while others stepped out from within. On this dark purple light path, leading at the front was a 9-headed flood dragon covered in black dragon scales. Its 9 necks were like mountains, and its 9 dragon heads continuously spewed intense heat waves. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. This dragon was larger than any meteor it passed by, advancing like a creation god mountain, dignified and vast. Following behind it was an overwhelming march of creatures from the battle court, humans, demons, and ghostly evils, all moving in the same direction. In the midst of this multitude, a sword cultivator advanced. He wore a red robe tightened at the waist, the sleeves broad, his features were young and handsome, and his hair was snow-white. He looked ahead with furrowed brows. His name was Feng Xian, a renowned prodigy of the battle court who possessed the cultivation level of a profound yuan-free immortal. He was shocked by the sight before him. Having lived millions of years, it was his first time seeing the battle court amass such military force. Looking around, the terrifying aura emitted by those figures made him feel alienated. he even doubted if these people were from the battle court. Had he only been in seclusion for several 100,000 years for the battle court to have improved this much? Just to invade a great thousand world, is it necessary to send so many people? I heard that the silent destruction god emperor fell in that great thousand world, which is why there's such a massive mobilization. What? The silent destruction god emperor fell? How is that possible, being such an ancient being? We're going to the celestial spirit great world. This great world has just been reshaped. The world itself poses no threat to us, but there is an extremely terrifying being hiding inside, and it also intends to support the Long clan, which is provoking the battle court. The Long clan? They haven't been completely wiped out? Listening to the discussions around him, Feng Xian's mind conjured up an image of the silent destruction god emperor. He had only seen the silent destruction god emperor once when he went to listen to the emperor's doctrine. In his mind, the silent destruction god emperor's Dao practice was unfathomable, and even the high level of the battle court were very polite toward him. Such a being had actually fallen. Feng Xian felt uneasy. Although there were a lot of them, the more forces the battle court deployed, the more dangerous he felt this battle would be. The Dao practices of the high-level members of the battle court were beyond his imagination. Those beings certainly saw more than he did. Facing an unknown great battle, how should he ensure his own safety? Just as Feng Xian was lost in chaotic thoughts, from some of the black holes ahead flew out cultivators of the celestial spirit great world. When they saw the unending battle court light path, they were all startled. Before they could speak, nearby creatures from the battle court quickly took action. The great battle had officially commenced. Cultivators from worlds below the Zizai immortal realm had no power to resist, they were directly obliterated. Those with higher cultivation levels hurriedly escaped back into the black holes, through which they returned to the celestial spirit great world. Daoist field of the beginningless. All disciples had gathered in Guan's courtyard, curious about the celestial phenomena above. Guan didn't say much. With a wave of his sleeve, the blue smoke above the artifact refining cauldron condensed rapidly, forming a large mirror that reflected the majestic sight of the battle court light path. An Xian, Shenzhen, celestial demon child, and blood prison great saint looked up and were all stunned. On the transuniversal battle court light path, the crowd surged like a tide, the massive beings as large as mountains appearing even more fearsome. Along the end of the battle court light path, a terrifying huge shadow loomed in the deep darkness, revealing only its upper body as if carrying forward this vast light path single-handedly. The battle court light path in the hand of this huge shadow resembled a sword thrusting forward, a scene that shocked everyone's eyes. Celestial demon child couldn't help but turn her head to look at Guan and asked, "Master, who are they?" The others also turned to look at Guan. The usually loquacious blood prison great saint and Lv were also stunned. Facing such a force, they felt only apprehension in their hearts. Guan responded, "This is the battle court, a power from beyond the great thousand world." An Xian pressed further, "Why have they come?" The others were also puzzled, waiting for Guan to clarify. Guan did not conceal anything and revealed the grievances between the Long clan and the battle court. This grudge has lasted for many years. 20,000 years ago, there was an entity known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor who also came for the descendants of the Long clan, Guan said calmly. Chen Chuan couldn't help but say, to usurp their nest and to exterminate them, this lord of the battle court is really not anything good, and by the looks of it, they're likely aiming to take over the celestial spirit great world. The others also started cursing at the battle court. An Xian suddenly thought of something. She looked at Guan and timidly asked, "Master, you granted Long Qing the Long surname, could it be?" As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. They all knew Long Qing, who was personally taken in as a disciple by Guan. An Xian still remembered that Guan had previously refused to guide Long Qing in cultivation because Long Qing carried a great cause and effect. Guan nodded and said, "Yes, Long Qing is indeed a descendant of the Long clan." Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. Blood Prison Great Saint became excited and asked, "Master, will you take action? The others also felt invigorated by this. They had practiced arduously in the dojo. The higher their realm, the more they revered Guan's cultivation level. They had always been curious about just how strong Guan was. Surely such a powerful battle court could force Guan to reveal all his strength? It is his destiny, why should I intervene? Being able to adopt him, I already took a great risk. Guan shook his head and chuckled. The others didn't buy it. In their eyes, Guan would surely protect Longqing, just as he protected them. Jianghu lamented, who knows how many years of cultivation it will take before I can qualify to participate in such a great battle. Scenes of battle appeared in the mirror atop the artifact refining cauldron. Endless cultivators from the celestial spirit great world surged out of the black holes, blocking the battle court's advancement. Today's celestial spirit great world was far beyond the previous era's celestial spirit great heaven and earth, with an astonishingly consolidated power. Xian, Chen Chuan, and others, seeing endless cultivators and demons entering the battle through the black holes, felt their blood boiling. Guan didn't immediately take action. He saw this calamity as a good thing, letting the beings of the Great Thousand World feel a sense of crisis. Moreover, this cause and effect had to be ended by the Long family themselves. Guan did not want to publicly tie himself with the Long family on the surface, waiting for Longqing to be overwhelmed before intervening. On the other side of heaven and earth, Longqing leaped up, flying towards the black hole in the sky. Candle Star transmitted to him, saying, "Come with me, facing such a battle court, you have no chance of victory." Longqing did not respond to him, nor did he look back. Candle Star stood in front of the pavilion, opening his mouth, but he ultimately could not muster the courage to go forward and fight alongside Longqing. He knew full well the terror of the battle court, and crucially, the strength now displayed by the battle court was even more formidable than he had known. He sensed the determination of the battle court, vowing to completely annihilate the Long clan. Right in the celestial spirit great world. Watching Longqing's figure disappear into the black hole, Longya looked at Longteng, anxiously asking, "Big brother, what exactly is father trying to do? Shouldn't we help him?" Longteng was about to speak when a sonorous voice echoed through the entire great heaven and earth, "Descendant of the Long clan, you have stood up, and indeed, you have not dishonored the bloodline of the Long clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 575, Dharma Aspect Shocks the Heavens. The sudden voice plunged the entire celestial spirit great world into silence, and all living beings felt their hearts chill just hearing it. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence could possess such an imposing aura. Candle Star looked up at the celestial vault, his expression somewhat bewildered as he murmured to himself, "Master." He understood that the Lord of the War Court used such terrifying power not only targeting to execute Longqing, but mainly against the protector of the celestial spirit great world. Thinking of his master facing off against the fearsome being capable of annihilating a celestial spirit god, his emotions were complex. He also thought of the mythological beings of the War Court, fearing that an unprecedented fierce battle was about to occur, one that would reduce the celestial spirit great world to ashes. He turned to look at his disciples gazing up at the celestial dome in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years at the Supreme Sect, he had grown attached to this place, but no amount of attachment was worth more than life itself. He had already forsaken the War Court, and in the face of such a situation, all he could do was flee. He withdrew his gaze and disappeared into thin air in front of the pavilion. Longteng, Longya, and the other cultivators around them hadn't expected him to flee. They thought he was going to support Longqing, so they didn't think too much of it. The heaven-supporting ancestor re-entered Yitsang's body, his voice echoed in Yitsang's mind, "There are many presences within the War Court that are beyond my match. In the face of such a massive invasion, the celestial spirit great world stands no chance of winning. Candle Star has already fled, and you should leave as well." Upon hearing this, Yitsang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the black hole above. On the other side of heaven and earth, With the mountains undulating, Bai Sheng stepped out of the forest and stood on the hillside, gazing at the spectacular phenomenon in the sky, his brow furrowed deeply, his eyes full of shock. This was the second time in his life that his understanding had been overturned. Su Jin arrived at his side, equally shocked as she looked up at the celestial vault. Bai Sheng turned to look at her and asked, "What is this spectacle? How high is the realm of the person who just spoke? And what's the background of the Long clan?" Su Jin took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure, I can't even guess his realm. You see, I've lived for over 10,000 years, could be influential in the imperial dynasty, but in the grand scheme of the great world, am just an inconspicuous minor character. To many of the great powers, killing me would be as simple as crushing an insect. As for the Long clan, I have never heard of them either. My understanding of the great heaven and earth is not as extensive as you imagine." Bai Sheng couldn't help remarking, "It's indeed true that there are always higher beings. If one day, I can make a sound that resonates with all living beings across heaven and earth, then this life would have not been lived in vain." Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Su Jin rolled her eyes at him, said with irritation, "You always talk like you're giving your last words. Can't you think about diligently cultivating and pursuing longevity? Is there really such a thing as immortality in this world? Even if one ascends to immortality, as you said, there is still an end to it. I don't care, you must aim for it anyway." They began to bicker, unaware that this was a calamity sweeping across the entire world. In the vast and boundless universe, myriad black holes of all sizes dotted the cosmos, acting like channels through time and space, with figures emerging from them. Fang Xian walked on the battle court light path, looking ahead at the looming great battle with a calm expression. The celestial spirit great world erupted in astonishing solidarity, as more and more figures rushed in to block the advance of the war court, yet they did not slow down the pace of the war court's forces. Fang Xian didn't rush to take action. On this occasion, he planned to do the bare minimum, and with the most terrifying existences yet to appear, he dared not act. "I am a descendant of the Long clan, Long Qing. This causality should be borne by me." Long Qing's voice suddenly came, weak in the vast cosmos even though he shouted with all his might. Fang Xian caught the sound of Long Qing, with the words "Long clan" making it impossible for him to ignore. A pressure stronger than any of the combatants bore down, halting every living being engaged in the battle. A Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal from the celestial spirit great world showed a look of horror, unable to move under this overwhelming pressure. His pupils suddenly dilated, and following his gaze, an imposing figure in the darkness behind the battle court light path gradually became clearer. Fang Xian's gaze, however, looked in the direction of Long Qing's voice. Long Qing stepped out from a black hole, his right hand raised to his chest, his two fingers together. While moving through the air with floating steps, he was casting divine skills. Streams of gray mist emerged from his body, coalescing into figures around him. Furthermore, the space in the surrounding universe twisted, spontaneously producing more gray mists that continued to solidify into humanoid shapes. More and more gazes fell upon Long Qing, but no one from the war court side made a direct move against him. As Long Qing, who was executing the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, looked into the distance, a giant shadow gradually became clear. It was a black-robed Daoist with a Qilin headdress and a stern face. He floated like a mirage behind the battle court light path, with his lower half seeming illusory, and only his upper half clearly visible. It was the Master of Candle Star, the current Lord of the War Court. His title was the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch was so immense that everything in the universe seemed trifling in his presence, and to the celestial spirit cultivators witnessing this figure, he appeared as the founding god who created the cosmos. As the Candle Celestial Monarch emerged from the darkness, everyone from the side of the celestial spirit great world, except Long Qing, lost their courage and willingness to fight. It seemed as though the Candle Celestial Monarch had merely leaned forward. He looked down upon Long Qing, observing the Dharma aspects coalescing behind him, with an indifferent gaze, and he said, "Has your esteemed self not shown yourself yet? Could it be that you have given up on the Long clan?" This question likewise echoed throughout the celestial spirit great world. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Xian and the others one by one turned their heads to look at Guan, holding the Cyan Hong sword, said, "Why look at me? Qing'er's divine skills are not simple, perhaps he can resolve this on his own." As he spoke, he lifted the blade, his left hand supporting the edge, the tip pointing toward a mirror above the artifact refining cauldron, as if aiming at the candle celestial monarch within it. Hearing this, though more confused, the crowd still turned their heads to look at the scene in the mirror. The world fell silent. All living beings waited for another voice to rise, but it never came. In the cosmic void, as the number of Dharma aspects behind Long Qing grew, the expressions of the powerhouses from the war court changed. In less than 10 breaths' time, the number of Dharma aspects surrounding Long Qing had exceeded 10,000, and one Dharma aspect, towering 10,000 zhang, radiated an aura of contempt for the universe, causing both celestial spirit cultivators and war court warriors to involuntarily fix their gaze on him. Long Yu, the voice of the candle celestial monarch rose, as if murmuring softly. As soon as his voice fell, figures scattered apart, quickly surrounding Long Qing and his Dharma aspects, each figure emanating an unrivaled aura, using their own powerful presence to seal off Long Qing. Those celestial spirit cultivators who were suppressed by the candle celestial monarch vanished into ash, only cultivators far away survived, and those who had come forth from the black holes as reinforcements all stopped in their tracks, their attention entirely on Long Qing. The Dharma aspects summoned by Long Qing each radiated a brilliant light, converging into a sparkling region in the universe. Those dozen or so war court powerhouses were scattered around, as if enacting some kind of elusive formation to block the strong light emitted by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. Such a rich force of karma. To summon so many powerful Dharma aspects with such cultivation level, the Long clan is indeed extraordinary. If that's all there is, it's not worth us joining hands. Perhaps the existence behind him has already fled. No one can afford the karma of acting against a celestial god. This divine skill seems to utilize bloodline karma. The war court powerhouses discussed among themselves, completely disregarding Long Qing. The distant candle celestial monarch did the same, whether it was despicable of what stood behind Long Qing or contempt for Long Qing himself. Listening to the voices from all around, Long Qing took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and his face began to crack open as blood seeped out. The gray aura around him suddenly turned into a bloody one, and an even more terrifying figure rapidly took shape, as if a giant stood up behind him, quickly growing larger, surpassing the Dharma aspect known as Long Yu by the candle celestial monarch. Upon seeing this Dharma aspect figure, the eyes of the candle celestial monarch suddenly changed. "Kill him." The voice of the candle celestial monarch rose, and as soon as the words were spoken, the war court powerhouses encircling Long Qing all made their move, with the force of thunder. The terrifying pressure coming from all directions made Long Qing feel as if he were being torn apart, yet, he did not die. He looked up to see 100,000 zhang tall, blood-colored figure wielding a long spear with one hand, fending off the powerful mana coming at him from every direction. This blood-colored figure was clad in armor, his true face obscured, but he emanated an unrivaled and imperious aura. His appearance made everyone from the war court tense up. In the sea of people, Fang Xian's pupils trembled, and his heart was hit by a storm of shock. The cultivators of the celestial spirit great world were similarly dumbstruck. In that moment, even within the great heaven and earth, all living beings could see a blood-colored figure reflected in the celestial vault, towering high into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Celestial Destruction God, Greater Cause and Effect. Looking at the blood-colored figure behind Long Qing, everyone from the battle court was shocked, for the figure's aura was immensely powerful, especially the spear in its hand, which emanated an extremely dangerous aura that seemed capable of collapsing the entire universe. Amid countless Dharma aspects, the blood-colored figure stood like Mount Tai surveying the surrounding peaks, shocking even Long Qing. In Long Qing's mind, the strongest should have been Emperor Longxin. He had managed to manifest the figure of Emperor Longxin, which was that enormous figure. Yet, Emperor Longxin appeared so weak in front of this blood-colored figure. After mastering the celestial dragon technique, Long Qing dared not casually manifest his Dharma aspect, as he only had one chance. This was his first encounter with the blood-colored figure. Somehow, he knew the name of this figure. Long Mia. Long Qing had heard this name before, the grandson of Emperor Longxin, the son of Long Jun. He had heard Long Jun boast that Long Mia possessed the strongest talent within the Long clan, but after seeing the figure of Emperor Longxin, he believed Emperor Longxin was the strongest. Today, he truly understood how terrifying the strongest figure of the Long clan could be. Long Qing's skin continuously cracked open, and blood incessantly seeped out. He quickly turned into a bloody figure, but his eyes were so bright. With his own strength, Long Mia demonstrated power that dominated the current battlefield against numerous strong members of the battle court. From afar, Candle Celestial Monarch watched Long Mia, frowning deeply. 10 innate golden immortals actually couldn't destroy this Dharma aspect. What was the origin of this Dharma aspect? The innate golden immortals who were casting spells were equally shocked. Their power was enough to destroy the universe, but they concentrated their mana together, trying their best not to affect the heavenly Tao. Yet, the existence they targeted would suffer a more intense impact. However, Long Mai's Dharma aspect easily resisted their attacks. How could they remain calm? Long Qing struggled to lift his right hand, and in an instant, the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect holding the spear pushed forward, vigorously repelling several innate golden immortals and causing airwaves that shook the battle court light path. Almost instantly, all Dharma aspects surged like arrows, rushing toward the battle court light path. Long Qing was still performing the celestial dragon technique, continuously manifesting Dharma aspects, and joining the battle, while the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect continued to guard behind Long Qing. Everyone, retreat. A great cultivator from the Dao court loudly commanded, and with someone leading, other hesitating cultivators quickly retreated to observe from a distance. The Long clan's Dharma aspects, like a grand army, swiftly advanced onto the battle court light path, as more and more battle court cultivators joined the fight. Fang Xian drew a sword, ready for battle, his gaze fixated on the blood-colored figure of Long Mia, his heart filled with astonishment. A loose immortal could summon such a formidable entity. Was this the Long clan? He had always failed to understand why the upper ranks of the battle court insisted on completely annihilating the Long clan, but now he understood. Facing such an enemy, it was indeed necessary to eliminate them completely. However, another thought uncontrollably popped into his mind. How did these high-level individuals snatch the battle court from the Long clan? As Fang Xian was lost in thought, a sword light streaked over his head, powerfully colliding with space, striking the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, which still defended with the spear in its hand. Two formidable forces collided, creating shockwaves that caused distant celestial spirit cultivators watching the battle to vanish in smoke and dust, while cultivators from the battle court side were protected by a force of destiny, spared from disaster. From afar, an energy barrier enveloped the battle court light path, defending against all impacts. In Daoist field of the beginningless, within the courtyard. Everyone intently stared at the artifact refining cauldron's mirror, watching the power standoff between Dragon Annihilation's Dharma aspect and Candle Celestial Monarch, secretly terrified at the immense power before them, where every existing being between the two seemed insignificant. Furthermore, Candle Celestial Monarch's aura could even reach into Celestial Spirit Great World. They were fine, protected by the dojo, but the outer environment trembled, a catastrophe for mortal spirits. An Xian involuntarily looked at Guan, noting her master was still calmly watching the battle, and she was puzzled. Master, why aren't you taking action yet? This isn't like him, and moreover, this calamity originates from Qing Air, he certainly won't stand by idly. Could it be that Master has already planned a response? It must be so. Master is always like this, claiming indifference, yet always ends up intervening. With that thought, Anzin's confusion cleared, replaced by exhilaration. In her heart, her master had always possessed great compassion to protect all living beings, and she had witnessed it many times. Even if Master wanted to leave, he would just disguise his identity and hide in another part of the world, showing that at heart, Master couldn't sever his ties to this land. Guan stared at the image in the mirror, hearing the thoughts of the crowd, especially those of an Xian. He felt both relieved and helpless. He was relieved that an Xian had always trusted him, but he felt helpless because his image in Anzin's mind was too great. Guan indeed had a strategy to cope. This calamity, originating from the grudge and karma of the Long clan, was different from previous calamities. It was a disaster of the Long family, triggered by his reincarnation body, and he would naturally resolve it. However, he would not do so as Guan, but as Long Zhan. In this calamity, he would not let the innocent die. The more evil the battle court behaved, the more it would provoke his desire to kill. His pupils flickered with a peculiar purple-golden flame. Have you already joined them? Guan stared at the dragon annihilation dharma aspect in the mirror and muttered to himself. He felt the aura of the heavenly Tao emanating from the dragon annihilation dharma aspect. This aura was similar to that of the celestial spirit god and the celestial extreme god. No wonder Long Mia could escape the karma of the Long clan. It turned out that a stronger force was shielding him from karma. But this time was different. Long Qing was using the karma from bloodlines, and as long as Long Mia did not change his physical body, the karma attached to the bloodline would still exist. Candle Celestial Monarch, being in the late stage of innate golden immortal realm and joined by 16 other innate golden immortals, was strangely unable to defeat the dragon annihilation dharma aspect. Guan was curious about what cultivation level Long Mai's true self had reached now. Additionally, Guan noticed that these innate golden immortals had a different kind of destiny aura from the battle court. They originated from the battle court, but they bore the destiny of other forces, more intense. This meant these innate golden immortals had other backgrounds. It seemed there were other calculations behind this battle. Guan began to look forward to the appearance of the immortal emperor. As for getting involved in more trouble, Guan was not too concerned. This battle would certainly allow him to reap a tremendous lifespan, and perhaps after some time, he would break through to a higher realm. On the vast earth, countless fierce beasts were slaughtering each other, the ground split open, blood flowed into rivers, and corpses were countless. The fierce ground battle continued, but the celestial vault was extraordinarily bright, with stacked clouds making the celestial vault appear even more expansive. A towering figure clad in blood armor stood proudly among the clouds. His hands hung naturally, his shoulder armor resembled a dragon, and his white hair fluttered in the wind, with a blood flower mark on his forehead. His face was handsome, but his gaze was so indifferent. He looked down at the slaughter below, his expression unchanged, but the reflection of Long Qing employing the celestial dragon technique flickered in his pupils. His figure was identical to the dragon annihilation dharma aspect. Next to him stood a long spear, the body of the spear covered in blood scales, the spearhead like the claw of a true dragon, its tip refracting a cold light. A figure leapt up and landed beside him. This was a cyan-robed Daoist, standing on a red gourd, bearing an air of immortality and wearing a cynically amused smile. Celestial Destruction God, someone else is using your power again? How long will you protect them? The cyan-robed Daoist asked teasingly. Celestial Destruction God's expression remained indifferent as he calmly said, "It's not exactly using, that's their own capability." The cyan-robed Daoist raised his hand and drew a circle in front of him, revealing an illusion reflecting the battle outside the celestial spirit great world. The dragon annihilation dharma aspect was so eye-catching. At its feet, a strong light gathered around Long Qing, who was continuously consolidating the dharma aspect. The continuous Dharma aspect assaulted the battle court light path, with Candle Celestial Monarch stepping over from above, continuously approaching the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect. Those 16 innate golden immortals surrounded the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, endlessly displaying divine skills and spells, shaking the entire universe. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The edges of the universe displayed twisting rainbows, the tremors were from the great Tao. So many innate golden immortals attacking a loose immortal, quite extravagant. Without your power, this guy would have died long ago. Does this still count as his capability? The cyan-robed Daoist asked, half smiling. Celestial Destruction God was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a divine skill called Celestial Dragon Technique created by my grandfather. It gathers all those with bloodline karma through the bloodline, allowing them to form Dharma aspects to fight on their behalf. This child has summoned so many Dharma aspects, his lifespan will be exhausted. This is his last battle." Last battle? I doubt it. You always say this, yet you always end up intervening. Without your intervention, the Long clan would have perished long ago. The cyan-robed Daoist shook his head. To this, Celestial Destruction God did not respond. The cyan-robed Daoist continued, "It won't be long before you can break through and reach a higher realm. Your immortal position could be promoted, and if you could be transferred back to the 3,000 great worlds, you would be able to protect your descendants." The reflection of Candle Celestial Monarch gleamed in Celestial Destruction God's eyes, his gaze so cold. He watched Candle Celestial Monarch continuously destroying the Celestial Dragon Dharma aspects, approaching his own Dharma aspect. This time, fate might be hard to escape, with even stronger beings approaching, Celestial Destruction God solemnly said, pausing momentarily before adding, "No matter, with me here, the bloodline can continue. When I return, I will let these folks experience the most painful torment of the Great Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War, the sword that cleaved the universe in the universe's void that constantly shimmered with bright light. The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect wielded the gun Shadow in its hand, blocking divine skills attacks from all directions, manifesting an unstoppable aura. More and more battle court powerhouses joined the surrounding attack, spreading out in different directions, beginning to form their formations with a majestic momentum. Above the head of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, clouds of light tumbled, where dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined, as if another dazzling heaven and earth were descending. As the number of battle court powerhouses involved in the battle soared, the aftermath grew rapidly stronger, with continuous black holes being annihilated, forcing celestial spirit cultivators to either flee back into black holes or retreat at full speed. The fleeing cultivators looked back, unable to conceal the horror on their faces. That person called Long Qing, who exactly is he? His cultivation level aura is clearly just a loose immortal. I've never heard of him, but the divine skills he's using are too terrifying. No wonder he has provoked so many powerful beings. So, in addition to chi absorption cultivation, cultivating divine skills can also lead to attainment. Since those guys are targeting that person called Long Qing, we indeed should not get involved. Today's battle has truly been an eye-opener for us. Within the great world, we swagger and dominate, but in outer heaven, there are far too many existences stronger than us. The celestial spirit cultivators discussed while fleeing. Today's battle they would never forget the name Long Qing. On the other side, the Candle Celestial Monarch had already arrived in front of the circle surrounded by innate golden immortals. He retrieved a golden pestle from his sleeves, which connected with 9 golden chains and had a silver blue gem embedded at the bottom. As it shook, a strange power of the great Tao burst forth, causing all living beings in the universe to feel dizzy. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron Nu 0. Long Qing maintained the gesture of deploying the Celestial Dragon Technique, his body covered in blood, with bare white bones faintly visible on his elbow and shoulder. Staring at the golden pestle in the hands of the Candle Celestial Monarch, Longqing felt a strong sense of dread, and seeing that the other Dharma aspects could not shake the battle court light path, he felt desolate. I have already exerted my full strength, even summoning the most powerful ancestors. Why am I still unable to overcome them? Longqing fell into confusion. Before the battle, he had been full of confidence, determined to face death. But when he actually faced the battle court, only then did he realize why his clan met such fate. Just thinking of Long Teng, Longya, and other descendants, he felt unprecedented fear. He had not yet had the chance to sever the connections with his descendants. If he died, they would have to die too. Even the entire celestial spirit great world might be destroyed. Longqing's eyes filled with hatred. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Battle court, Longqing gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his blood energy surged, and the aura of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect suddenly increased. The Candle Celestial Monarch noticed his anomaly, immediately swinging the golden pestle in his hand, with a burst of golden light accompanied by a scorching heatwave enveloping Longqing and the Dharma aspects. In an instant, countless Dharma aspects were successively annihilated, leaving only Longqing's skeleton, and his soul body also appeared. The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect moved 1 foot backward, in a posture fully resisting. Outside the formation, all the battle court cultivators watched this scene, their faces showing frantic excitement. Feng Xian was also like this, staring at the golden pestle, his eyes burning hot. It was the battle court's treasure, known as the War God Golden Pestle, a treasure that all cultivators of the battle court yearned for. The War God Golden Pestle made the entire universe bright, stars rapidly burned, Dao spiritual qi was burned into a hot mist. This golden light seemed capable of burning everything away. The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect shook its arm, the gun shadow in its hand burst forth with terrifying blood energy, transforming into thousands of blood dragons, dispersing the vast golden light, rushing first to attack the Candle Celestial Monarch. The Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes turned cold. He leaped up, raising the War God Golden Pestle high and smashed it down towards the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, his figure no less than the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, his high position giving him an incredibly terrifying aura. Sir the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The figure of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, and as the Candle Celestial Monarch leaped above the head of the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, his silhouette was also seen by the beings of the celestial spirit great world. This scene caused all living beings to tremble in fear, no matter where they were. Witnessing this scene, their eyelids jumped wildly. Bang! The Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect raised its spear for a stab. The light cloud above was directly dispersed, great magical power carrying a blood wind ascended, as if intending to pierce through the top of the universe. The Candle Celestial Monarch held the War God Golden Pestle to block the blood wind. But only for a moment. The Candle Celestial Monarch exploded with a sudden and violent storm of attacks, the War God Golden Pestle quickly swinging, and the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect similarly swung the gun shadow in its hand. Myriad illusions burst forth, as if two worlds were colliding. The earth and mountains shattered, ocean straits were destroyed, celestial beasts roared as they rushed towards each other, both vanishing into illusion. Various fantastical scenes unfolded, dazzling the observers. This was a collision of two Dao fruit worlds, a confrontation of the Dao. As the Dao generates all things, their every move contained myriad changes. The battle court cultivators watching were equally dumbfounded, unable to approach. They were barely holding on, maintaining the formation outside. Below the Dragon Annihilation Dharma aspect, Longqing, with only his soul attached to his skeleton, still retained his will. He could no longer see clearly what was around him. Everything in his eyes was shaking, his vision increasingly blurry. He struggled to think of his children, but his will was pulled down by an unprecedented heaviness. Just as he was about to despair, he instinctively thought of a figure. Master, above the sea of clouds, the celestial destruction god and the cyan-robed Daoist were still watching the battle in the illusion. The cyan-robed Daoist clicked his tongue in wonder. He's about to give in, your Dharma aspect is dispersing. Following his gaze, although the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect in the illusion was still maintaining its attack, the blood light on its body was dimming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War, the sword that cleaved the universe _2 The celestial destruction god did not make a sound, but the coldness in his eyes grew more intense. Descendant, is this all you can achieve? The celestial destruction god pondered silently. Although he spoke of protecting the Long family if he was present, he understood in his heart that if Long Qing's lineage perished, the Long clan would cease to exist. After attaining the immortal class, he severed his ties with the mortal world. The reason he continued to protect his descendants was merely due to a fixation in his heart. He was unwilling to see the Long clan meet such a fate, but unfortunately, he could not personally aid the Long clan. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth in the apparition, erupting from the feet of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, or rather, it was Long Qing who was radiating the light. Long Qing's soul body shone with an exceptionally bright white light. His flesh began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his will was also being restored. He was still thinking of his mentor when he suddenly felt a miraculous power burst from the depths of his soul body, different from the pain induced by the celestial dragon Dharma aspect. This power made him feel extremely comfortable, sweeping away his pain and fatigue. The candle celestial monarch seemed to sense it and quickly retreated. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect also stopped its actions. The 16 innate golden immortals presiding over the grand formation felt immense pressure, an invisible force pushing them back. They widened their eyes, their gaze fixed on Long Qing. Numerous cultivators from the battle court also looked towards Long Qing. Everyone watched as the intense light on Long Qing's body began to condense into a figure. This figure rapidly grew taller. The dragon annihilation Dharma aspect disintegrated, transforming into an endless stream of blood energy that surrounded this new Dharma aspect. The blood energy quickly faded from red. Fang Xian watched this figure rapidly rise, his heart pounding wildly. His intuition told him that the terrifying presence he feared most was about to reveal itself. Because the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect was reflected in the celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world, all living beings could see the new Dharma aspect. This new Dharma aspect shone with white light all over, quickly growing to the same size as the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect. Compared to the destructive aura of the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect, the aura of this Dharma aspect was even more vast and majestic, as if it hailed from the source of time, overlooking all transformations on the great Tao. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Xian, celestial demon child, and others watched more clearly through the mirror on the artifact refining cauldron. They all turned their heads to look at Guan, their expressions peculiar. Xian couldn't hold back and was the first to ask, "Master, isn't that Dharma aspect you?" The Dharma aspect condensing from Long Qing was in the form of Long Zhan. Although the attire's outline was different from Guan's, the posture and facial features were extremely similar to Guan. And how could it be such a coincidence? Long Qing was also Guan's disciple. Wasn't it said that the celestial dragon Dharma aspect could only summon his ancestors? Shen Zhen murmured. Her voice was light, but in everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Could Guan be Long Qing's ancestor? The blood prison great saint's eyes lit up, and he instantly believed it. Following Guan for so many years, seeing countless orphans, he had never seen Guan take in anyone else, and he had long noticed how much Long Qing resembled Guan. Guan remained calm, still staring at the mirror, merely having sheathed the Cyan Hong sword into its scabbard. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, everyone could only refocus their gaze on the mirror. When the Dharma aspect on Longqing thoroughly solidified, the terrifying pressure enveloping the celestial spirit great world rapidly dissipated, and all living beings breathed a sigh of relief. On the edge of the Taizan continent, the waves crashed against the shore. Liya stood on the edge of a cliff, looking up at the celestial vault, his pupils trembling. Junior brother Gu, Liya did not know the celestial dragon Dharma aspect, but he immediately recognized that the Dharma aspect resembled Gu and junior brother Gu had saved the world once again, so junior brother Gu had never left. At this moment, Liya felt a strong fighting spirit arise. Junior brother Gu had not left, so he could not leave either. He resolved to stay in the celestial spirit great world, to protect all living beings. As for Zhang Buku, he had no leads to search for, so he decided it would be better to find them after attaining the Tao. Elsewhere. Bai Sheng looked up at the towering Dharma aspect, his expression peculiar. For some reason, he found this figure somewhat familiar. Su Jin, however, did not think too much about it. Guan had not left a profound impression in her memory. She had disliked Guan from the beginning and naturally would not hold him in her heart. On the other side of the human world, on a barren plain, a man wrapped in a large robe walked through the wind and sand. He looked up and saw the massive Dharma aspect on the celestial vault. A look of shock appeared on his weathered face, but it quickly gave way to a smile. Guan, you're indeed still here. Martial resolution murmured to himself, then bowed his head, continuing to move forward against the wind and sand. Having glimpsed Guan, his heart was completely at ease. The heavens would not collapse, and he could continue pursuing his destiny. The gaze of all living beings was focused on Guan's Dharma aspect. Aside from Guan's old acquaintances, the multitude of beings felt hope. At the first sight of this Dharma aspect, all beings felt a profound peace. This feeling was peculiar, yet it truly existed. Longqing slowly raised his head to look and then stood there dumbfounded. After 2 breaths' time, he suddenly turned around and soared into the air. When he arrived in front of the Dharma aspect, he was completely stunned. A name surfaced in his mind. Long Zhan. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He had heard of Long Zhan's name, the true primordial ancestor of the Long clan, the ancient existence that truly established the battle court, while Emperor Longxin merely inherited his legacy. He had actually summoned the primordial ancestor. But that wasn't the most crucial part. What shocked him was how much the primordial ancestor's face resembled his mentor's. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was his mentor. Suddenly, he realized, and all his doubts were dispelled. Why did his mentor choose to adopt him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Ancestral Dragon War, The Sword That Cleaved the Universe _3 Master, why do you want to help him fight against the silent destruction god Emperor? He suddenly became excited, enveloped by a huge surprise, trembling all over. The Long clan actually has such an ancestor. The voice of Candle's celestial monarch came through, filled with emotion. Just the dragon annihilation Dharma aspect alone was troublesome enough for him, and now the emergence of an even more daunting Dharma aspect gave him a chilling sense of an unbeatable adversary. He trusted his intuition. Master, it's time for you to make a move, the voice of Candle's celestial monarch rose again, teasing in tone. All the cultivators of the battle court looked towards Candle's celestial monarch, almost every one of them showing a bit of astonishment. In the hearts of the vast majority of battle court cultivators, Candle's celestial monarch was the strongest, and they had not expected him to have brought along his master. The master of the Lord of the War Court, could it be that ancient myth? As Candle's celestial monarch's words fell, a gigantic pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness of the void behind him, looming over the entire battlefield. The stature of Candle's celestial monarch was colossal, taller than any mountain in the world, yet before these eyes, he was less significant than their pupils. Faced with these eyes, every creature felt panic. The celestial vault of the celestial spirit great world also revealed these eyes, causing all beings to tremble with fear. Unable to comprehend what the heavens and the earth were facing, they could only focus on Guan's Dharma aspect. Perhaps this mysterious existence could protect them. Long Qing turned around and was equally frightened by the silhouette behind Candle's celestial monarch. What kind of eyes were those? He had lived for 20,000 years and, with the experiences of his previous life, had never seen such terrifying eyes, like the abyss of the universe, hiding the utmost horror and despair. He is not the person I am looking for, he is just an effect Enka's Dharma aspect. A voice of cold indifference echoed through the universe, audible to all the myriad beings of the great thousand world. Each word trembled the hearts of all beings, as if the supreme heavenly Tao was declaring the laws of heaven. Candle's celestial monarch was about to speak, but another voice interrupted his thoughts. The one you seek may well be me. All the cultivators of the battle court turned their heads in unison, including the innate golden immortals and even those celestial spirit cultivators watching from the distant void. The voice came from the Dharma aspect behind Long Qing. Long Qing turned and clenched his excited fists tightly. That was his master's voice. His master was his primordial ancestor, ancestral dragon war. This fact did not cause him to crumble, rather, he felt fortunate. The person he most revered was his ancestor. It felt like a dream. Guan's Dharma aspect lifted his right hand, a myriad of silver lights appeared in his palm, quickly converging into a sword. The moment he grasped the sword, Guan's voice rang out again, break. Ping, space shattered like a mirror, all beings were frozen in place, including the innate golden immortals, unable to move. They saw a dense expanse of spatial fragments before them, where a more majestic figure appeared behind Candle's celestial monarch. It was a man in a white robe, with yellow, withered hair longer than his robe, his face shriveled, like skin stretched over bone, his eye sockets deep set. The entirety of his appearance was shockingly terrifying. It was the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor's face showed astonishment. Long Qing, too, was startled by the sudden appearance of the Immortal Emperor. Then, his attention was caught by the sword light. Glancing inadvertently, he saw a silver blade, spanning longer than the heavens and the earth, slash before him, as if a mythological celestial river had appeared. SAR the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That was the sword in Guan's Dharma aspect's hand. Long Qing couldn't move, he could not even hear any sound. Not just him, all beings had lost their hearing, unable to act, merely witnessing the Dharma aspect raising his sword to strike at Candle's celestial monarch and the Immortal Emperor. All the cultivators of the battle court were plunged into extreme terror because they realized that Candle's celestial monarch and the being behind him also could not move, as if waiting to be beheaded by the enemy. With one slash from Guan, the sword light burst forth, too fast for even the vision of innate golden immortals to fully capture. The universe seemed split in two by it, a sight profoundly awe-inspiring. In an instant, Candle's celestial monarch was reduced to ash, the Immortal Emperor slashed by the sword light, eyes widening in shock. Space busted once more, the shattered fragments quickly dispersing as though illusion striking the senses of all beings. Before they could react, a roar of outrage erupted. Upon uttering just one word, the Immortal Emperor's flesh erupted in 1,000 sword lights, followed by annihilation, becoming dust, gone from existence. The entire universe fell into silence for a moment. The sword light that had bisected the universe still hung in the air, as the cultivators who regained their senses looked towards both ends to discover they could not see the end of the sword light, as if the entire universe was indeed cut in half by it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Reverse Cause and Effect, Annihilate Battle Court Candle's Celestial Monarch, Immortal Emperor extinguished. All the cultivators from the battle court were unable to accept this reality, and they all stared blankly at the sword light spanning the universe. They could not move, the scene before them sending chills down their spines, driving them to despair. Feng Xian stood in the void, his eyes wide open, the universe trembling in his eyes, his heartbeat was so intense. It's over. Feng Xian fell into an abyss of despair. Since entering this universe, he had speculated that the battle court might fail, but he never imagined that Candle Celestial Monarch and Immortal Emperor would be so powerless to defend themselves. Just who was that divine figure? How high was their cultivation level? Feng Xian glanced at the dragon battle dharma aspect on Long Qing's body, filled with shock. All beings in the universe looked toward the dragon battle dharma aspect with disbelief in their eyes, and although the beings in the celestial spirit great world didn't know the specifics of the battle, the disappearance of those mysterious giant eyes gave rise to hopes in their hearts. Could it be a victory? Long Qing had seen his master win many times before, but each victory still scared him. Just how profound was his master's Tao practice? It felt like no matter how strong the opponent, they were effortlessly defeated before his master. Karma retribution, no one can escape it. Today, the battle court sought to exterminate my Long clan, I will exterminate the battle court in return. With but a single swing of my sword, life and death are your own fate. You should all feel fortunate, for if you faced the battle court, you wouldn't even have a chance to live. The voice of Guan rang out once more, plunging all the battle court cultivators into the depths of despair. Without giving them time to think, the dragon battle dharma aspect lifted its sword and slashed horizontally. A sword light swept across all directions, passing over the battle court light path, over the battle court cultivators surrounding Long Qing. 16 innate golden immortals turned to ash first. The other cultivators met the same end. Long Qing looked around to see the spectacle of enemies being extinguished everywhere, a sight tremendously grand. At the same time, inside the Daoist field of the beginningless, prompts kept popping up before Guan. You have successfully stolen 309,872,265 years of lifespan from Zhenren Chenyang, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 870,928,711 years of lifespan from Xingxing Dao, middle stage of innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully stolen 1,087,249,720 years of lifespan from Yi Yuelan, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. Watching the prompts before his eyes, the corners of Gu An's mouth curled up. The strength of the dragon battle dharma aspect was not solely attributed to the profound mysteries of the celestial dragon dharma aspect, but also to Gu An's own power. After all, he intended to steal lifespan, so he poured his own power into the dragon battle dharma aspect to make the strike through it. An Xian, Lv and others turned their heads toward Guan, seeing him with a slight smile. Everyone could feel his triumphant spirit. People couldn't help but reveal looks of adoration and fervor. Blood Prison Great Saint even couldn't help but shout in excitement, breaking the silence of the courtyard. My heavens, one sword strike to annihilate the battle court? Master, what swordsmanship was that just now? Master, exactly who are you within the Long clan? That's just inconceivable. The person who appeared just now seemed so terrifying, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from the master. Guan didn't respond, he was immersed in the joy brought about by the surge in his lifespan. The dragon battle dharma aspect with a single strike exterminated 70% of the beings of the battle court, leaving the 30% who harbored no karmic enmity with the Long clan. These beings, terrified out of their wits, would also leave the battle court in the future. This was the way of cause and effect. Through karmic deduction, Guan knew which people could be spared. In doing so, he could also seem less bloodthirsty, thereby concealing his ability to take lifespan. But soon Guan noticed something was amiss. Many of the deceased battle court cultivators had not brought him lifespan, but those 16 innate golden immortals had brought him over 800 billion years of lifespan. This time, you cannot escape, the battle court must be eradicated. Guan thought silently, his eyes transforming, turning into the immortal emperor's eye. Everyone in the courtyard saw the change in Gu An's eyes, and they all stopped their discussions, curiously watching him. Let all beings treat it as if it were just a dream. Gu An's voice sounded, and the immortal emperor's eye burst forth with a peculiar purple light, illuminating the faces of everyone in the courtyard. All beings between heaven and earth were like this, their vision of the world shrouded in purple light. This purple light burst forth from the celestial spirit great world and swept across the entire cosmos. This was the first time Guan used his immortal emperor's eye divine power. The immortal emperor's eye would cultivate different divine powers in different people, and Gu An's divine power was different from that of the eternal great emperor. His divine power could reverse the way of cause and effect. He could restore lost lives and vanished fortunes within a short time to their original state and use this divine power to make what should have existed cease to exist, erasing their cause and effect without leaving a trace within the Tao rules. Using this divine power would not change time or space. Guan used the immortal emperor's eye divine power to revive the celestial spirits who had previously died in battle. On the battle court side, only one person was resurrected from death, but before that person could react, they were extinguished anew. After this test, Guan confirmed that this divine power could not bring him repeated lifespans. Although he had some regrets, Guan was already very satisfied. Everyone in the courtyard only felt their divine souls turned upside down, their consciousness blurry, as if they were about to fall into a dream. It was not just them, all beings within the cosmic void felt the same. One by one, beings who had already died began to come back to life. After regaining vitality, they did not open their eyes but instead stayed in place with their eyes closed. The cosmic void fell into silence as the sword light cut by the dragon battle dharma aspect gradually dissipated. Long Qing's consciousness also sank into darkness. Already exhausted, he relaxed and immediately fell into a dream. He dreamt that he was back in the third medicine valley. The weather was clear, the sun bright, and the disciples were coming and going with their labor. The sight brought a smile to his face. Indeed, a peaceful life suited him better. Long Qing remembered the previous great battle, and his smile grew even brighter. Am I already dead? Long Qing murmured to himself. Everything around him was so beautiful, too good to be true that he thought he was going to die, that this was a pre-death fantasy. Using the celestial dragon dharma aspect meant sacrificing himself, and he had been prepared for this, so he was not panicked. Thinking of his master's strength excited him. His master turned out to be his primordial ancestor, which made him worry even less. Once he died, his master would surely take care of his descendants. He knew his master well. Despite speaking harshly, his master was softer-hearted than most people in the world. Dying is not so easy. A voice came from behind Long Qing, startling him into quickly turning around to see Guan approaching. He was surprised and bowed in greeting immediately. See Novelfire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When Guan reached him, he said with a wry smile, "Teacher. Primordial ancestor, I used the celestial dragon dharma aspect, and after using it, I must die." Guan looked at him and said, although the celestial dragon dharma aspect was created by Long Xian, this divine power originates from my own celestial dragon reincarnation dharma aspect. I can let you live, but from now on you must never use the celestial dragon dharma aspect again, or you will suffer from karma retribution, and even I won't be able to save you. These words were true. He saved Long Qing by using the power of cause and effect. After hearing this, Long Qing was overjoyed and knelt down to thank Guan. Guan didn't stop him. Looking down at him he said, "When I was Long Zhan, I was killed by someone. Even after I obtained cultivation far surpassing my killer, I did not seek revenge, for I thought Long Zhan deserved to die. From now on, with no battle court to threaten the Long clan, your descendants can start over, but make sure not to take the wrong path, or I will personally exterminate the Long clan." Long Qing looked up and hurriedly promised, "I will not disappoint you." Guan spoke with deep seriousness, having ended the fate and grudges, the Long clan should also atone for their past mistakes. As for how, that's up to you. After speaking, Guan turned and left. Long Qing stood up and asked, "Primordial Ancestor, where are you going?" Without turning back, Guan replied, "To utterly annihilate the battle court, so it ceases to exist." As his voice fell, Guan's figure disappeared. Long Qing stared in the direction of his departure, struggling to remain calm. "I really should think about what goals I should work towards in the future." Long Qing thought of the words Guan said to him when Yizong forced his way into the supreme sect. After the excitement, a sense of guilt surged in his heart. Always having the elder clean up after him, when would he be able to repay his teacher? No, to repay his primordial ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Abyss Dao Si, Annihilation of the Battle Court Above the Clouds. The Celestial Destruction God and the cyan-robed Daoist gazed at the illusion before them, remaining silent for a long time. The cyan-robed Daoist took a deep breath, turned his head toward the Celestial Destruction God, and asked, "Does your Long family still have such remarkable figures?" The Celestial Destruction God's expression grew even more complex, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had never met Long Zhan, which meant the latter had died before he was born. He thought of the ancestors his father had mentioned. When he had first displayed his talent, his father had said it was a family trait, all stemming from the ancestor Long Zhan. However, since the ancestor Long Zhan had died shortly after surpassing the 9 heavens of the immortal path, he had never been considered strong in his eyes. Having seen him today, he felt that even if he faced him in person, he would not be his match, which was beyond his comprehension. Could it be that the ancestor Long Zhan had faked his death, and the fortune he now enjoyed was due to Long Zhan's protection from beyond? The more the Celestial Destruction God thought about it, the more confused he became. The cyan-robed Daoist clicked his tongue in wonder, speaking of which, the Tao rules there are so perfect, it must be the great thousand world. How could such a grand battle not alarm the celestial gods? Could it be that the celestial gods of that realm have met with disaster? If that is indeed the case, then it's likely they died at the hands of. Before he could finish his sentence, the Celestial Destruction God's cold gaze fell upon him. The cyan-robed Daoist chuckled and did not continue. He waved his hand to dissipate the illusion before them and then looked down at the ground below, lamenting, "The slaughter over there has ended, but the killing here is endless." The Celestial Destruction God also looked down, his expression returning to its previous indifference. In a bright palace, above was a sea of clouds and below the ground mist tumbled. The immortal emperor jolted awake, sitting on his throne, gasping for air with bloodshot eyes. Behind his throne floated a massive silvery white meteor, pitted and scarred, but surrounded by streams of gray mist that seemed to follow some mysterious pattern, utterly bizarre. The immortal emperor looked up, his eyes filled with shock and fury. "Who, exactly are you?" The immortal emperor had expected failure, but he had not anticipated the gap between that person and himself to be so vast. The thought that all 16 of his innate golden immortal disciples had died made his heart bleed. He stood up and turned to the meteor behind the throne, his eyes seething with indignation. "Didn't you say that person was just a heaven-balancing golden immortal? Why couldn't I even withstand one of his moves?" The immortal emperor demanded in a deep voice, his tone barely concealing his murderous intent. The mist around the meteor quickened its pace, and a cold voice emerged, "I miscalculated." "Miscalculated? My 16 disciples, having no destiny with the battle court, died utterly, and 7 among them had supreme potential for the Abyss Dao Si. Compared to me, they were still so young, to die in that great thousand world. Do you understand what that means to me?" The immortal emperor spoke through gritted teeth, a gray mist more ominous than that surrounding the meteor emanating from his body, like blazing flames. "It's not like I forced you. You were drawn in by the treasures of the immortal palace, weren't you?" The icy voice sounded again. "You, Just as the immortal emperor was about to continue, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, freezing his expression. Before he could turn his head, the hand on his shoulder squeezed forcefully, turning him into ashes, as the figure of Guan appeared. You have successfully seized 18,208,547 years of lifespan from the immortal emperor, late stage of heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. Guan looked disdainfully at the notification that popped up before him. Not even as much as the lifespan of an innate golden immortal. The seized lifespan was about 1/10 of the victim's remaining lifespan, meaning the immortal emperor could have lived another 1 to 200 million years. Named immortal, it signified he had lived an exceedingly long age. Perhaps it was precisely because he sensed his time running out that the immortal emperor had not even as much lifetime left as the smallest part of the lifespans of those 7 innate golden immortals. Those 7 innate golden immortals had brought Guan more than 700 billion years of lifespan, meaning each of these 7 had at least 100 billion years of lifespan. According to Guan's observations, an innate golden immortal should have a lifespan ranging from 5 trillion years. Guan's thoughts flashed by in an instant as he looked unflinchingly at the silvery white meteor before him. Who exactly are you to find this place? Have you reached the Taiqing golden immortal realm? The previously cold voice speaking to the immortal emperor resonated once more, this time with a tinge of nervousness. Guan slowly raised his right hand, forming a claw, and pulled a figure out from within the meteor, his throat smashing against Guan's palm. This was an elder wearing a grey robe, his face gaunt, his white hair tied back, more presentable than the immortal emperor, but the terror on his face made him appear disheveled and weak before Guan. Fellow Daoist, let's talk this out. The grey-cloaked elder gritted his teeth and said, I hail from the abyss Dao Si. If I were to die, they will surely notice. You, hiding in the great thousand world, wouldn't want to tangle with more trouble, would you? From the moment Guan entered the hall, he realized he couldn't move, which filled him with indescribable panic. He couldn't understand how Guan had found this place. Jinren Ni Hai, late stage of Hengtian golden immortal realm perfection 49,802,308,928, 702/50/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000/000 net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That is to say, the lifespan of a heaven-balancing golden immortal ranged from 5 trillion to 50 trillion years. Too bad, yet another one close to his life's end. It's true, who would risk everything unless they felt their limit approaching? Guan couldn't be bothered to communicate with Jinren Ni. His eyes suddenly changed. This time, it wasn't the immortal emperor's divine power, but the calamity absolute I. He was going to search Jinren Ni's soul. In an instant, Jinren Ni's eyes lost their luster. The hall then fell into silence. Guan rudely probed Jinren Ni's memory, completely disregarding his soul, and during this process, calamity slowly began to latch onto Jinren Ni's body. Jinren Ni came from the Abyss Dao Sea and had a not insignificant friendship with the immortal emperor. 10,000 years ago, Jinren Ni was a guest at the battle court when he accidentally heard Candle Celestial Monarch complaining to the immortal emperor about the resurgence of remnants from the Long clan who had killed a being known as the Silent Destruction God Emperor. Learning that people from the Long clan were in the Celestial Spirit Great World, and that the shattered Celestial Spirit Great World was beginning to reshape itself, he thought of the treasure of the Immortal Palace. The Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable, who established the Celestial Spirit Great World, stole the treasure of the Immortal Palace. By decree of the Celestial Court, they ordered the Celestial Spirit God to execute him, but the Celestial Spirit God did not obliterate the Celestial Spirit Great World. Thus, rumors suggested the treasure of the Immortal Palace might still be hidden within the Celestial Spirit Great World, and the Celestial Spirit God was waiting for this treasure. As for informing the Celestial Court, that would not be possible. The Celestial Court snubbed contact with the Great Thousand World, and even a powerful being like Jinren Ni Hai had only ever encountered the guardians, the celestial gods, of the Great Thousand World. Every celestial god was arrogant, looking down on mortal spirits. Without obtaining the celestial Dao immortal position, even if one's cultivation level was higher than a celestial god, they would be disregarded, and ordinary people would not dare to provoke a celestial god. The celestial gods had the supreme celestial court standing behind them, an existence beyond provocation. The so-called Immortal Palace was also a palace belonging to the celestial court. How the news of the Immortal Palace's treasure was leaked was something Jinren Ni Hai had no idea about. He only knew the clues to the Immortal Palace's treasure. The celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had already perished, but the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's treasure remained unknown. Guan surmised that the celestial spirit Immortal Venerable had left the Immortal Palace's treasure to Anhao. Although Anhao had perished, he was a being born of the destiny fostered by heaven and earth, destined to be reborn one day. However, at that time, he might no longer be Anhao, but become someone else. Guan was quite interested in the Abyss Dao Sea, having encountered this place when he had chosen to break through his lifespan. In Jinren Ni Hai's memory, the Abyss Dao Sea did not belong to the Great Thousand World but lay in a mysterious region beyond it, an ocean formed by the Dao rules, boundless and vast. It was said that since its birth, the Abyss Dao Sea had been expanding infinitely and had not stopped until now. Even Jinren Ni Hai, who was born from the Abyss Dao Sea, did not know its full extent. As Guan was searching Jinren Ni Hai's memory, a series of footsteps could be heard. The hall was vast, and at the far end, a strong light was visible. Candle Celestial Monarch stepped out from the brilliance, his figure flickering rapidly as he advanced toward Guan suddenly. He stopped walking, frowning as he looked at Gu An's back figure. Gu An's attire was different from the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, so he didn't recognize him immediately. He didn't even associate Guan with the Dragon Battle Dharma aspect, considering how far this place was from the celestial spirit great world. How could the one who killed him come back to life faster than him, when he had just been resurrected? Who are you? Candle Celestial Monarch frowned and asked. Although the Immortal Emperor was often in seclusion, he always received fellow Daoists, and the Immortal Emperor's disciples were numerous too. His divine sense couldn't come close to Guan and he couldn't see the scene in front of Guan. Guan slowly turned around, and it was then that Candle Celestial Monarch saw the person Guan was holding in his hand. Candle Celestial Monarch's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively drawing out the war god Golden Pestle. He remembered Jinren Ni Hai, an ancient presence, whom the Immortal Emperor treated with notable respect, leaving a deep impression on him. You, Candle Celestial Monarch wanted to ask more, but Guan spat out a word, interrupting him, die. Candle Celestial Monarch's eyes widened, and he instantly turned into a mist of blood. Longevity true words. This was Gu An's Dao Fruit divine power, using the power of cause and effect to determine Candle Celestial Monarch's death, possessing the subtlety of speaking and making it so. Following that, the Jinren Ni Hai in Gu An's hands also turned to ash, and his gaze shifted to the outside of the hall. Numerous palaces entered his view, countless marvelous sights, and mythical beasts were taken in by his eyes. The colossal entities that dominated many universes were about to become illusory in Gu An's eyes. Everything that belongs to Long Zhan should come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.